Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's meeting of the East Riding of Yorkshire Council Strategic Planning Committee. I am Councillor Hammond, Chairman of the committee and today's meeting. To my right is the Director for Planning and Economic Regeneration, Stephen Hunt, and his colleagues, James Chatfield and Matthew Sunman, are also in the chamber. Also in the chamber is the Highways Officer, Andy Forsey, and the Council Solicitor, David Crampton. To my left is John Wiley from Democratic Services. Members of the committee and public are also present in the chamber, whilst a number of councillors will be joining us remotely to speak on items. The arrangements for dealing with planning applications will be as follows. Firstly, an officer summary and update will be provided. Items involving attendance by the public will be dealt with first, and speakers are restricted to 5 minutes each, with a warning when 30 seconds remains. Speakers are not permitted to circulate additional information, including photographs, plans, or petitions during today's meeting. Any councillor not on the committee who has also requested to speak will be given 5 minutes as well, and the warning when 30 seconds remains. Items 6 to 10 on our agenda today, due to their nature, will have slightly different timings, which has been pre-arranged and pre-agreed by both applicants and the objector. I would just highlight this when we get to those on our agenda today. Members are to note the information given by officers and speakers. Any decision proposed which is contrary to the recommendations within our report will require reasons if the proposal is to refuse and reasons and conditions if the proposal is to approve the application. In accordance with the Council's equality policy, speakers are asked to refrain from making any comments which could be construed as being discriminatory or defamatory. Otherwise, I will have to intervene. Additionally, although differing views may be expressed today, I would ask that everyone respects each other and our views. Please ensure mobile phones are switched on to silent to avoid any disruption to the meeting. And also, whilst you are not speaking either in the chamber or on Zoom, please ensure that you are on mute to also not disturb the meeting. Finally, the fire procedure for today is as follows. If the fire alarm sounds, attendees will be directed where to go. Please follow officers. We'll now move on to our agenda for today. Item 1 is declarations of pecuniary, non-pecuniary and prejudicial interests and declarations under Section 4 of the Code of Practice for dealing with planning applications. Before I open the floor to members, I think to save some time, can I just ask that for items 4, could all members who attended the pre-arranged committee site visit raise their hand? Have you got those? Also for item 4, as I believe we've all received a great deal of correspondence, if you have received correspondence regarding the application, could you also raise your hand? And then for item 6 to 16, those of us who also attended the pre-arranged committee site visit, could you raise your hand too? Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest members wish to make? Councillor Matheson.
Yes, thank you. On item 4, I'd like to declare that I know the landscape architects because they are partners in Humber Forest.
Thank you. Councillor Rudd.
Yes, Chairman. I did make a private site visit in November to this application site. I started to get some letters of objection in. So of course,
which item? Sorry, Councillor Rudd.
Sorry, this is the item 4. Item 4, and the other item is on page 147. The Transwaste application. I had an email from the clerk of North Fairbury Parish Council the other day.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Agenda item number 5. Given the objection, the statutory body objection, I took an independent site visit on Tuesday of this week to go and have a look at the site. Thank you, Chairman. Thank
you, Councillor Healy.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, on item 4, as the ward councillor for this area, it won't come as a surprise that many residents have made representations. I did attend a meeting with the MP, Graham Stewart, in November. I've never commented on my views on this application, being a member of this planning committee. I think most of my residents understand that. But I have attended and listened and not made any comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Coultish.
Thank you, Chairman. With regards to agenda item 5, pages 61 to 122, I spoke to a supporter who explained his views, and I told him that I couldn't make a view as I sat on this planning committee and remained independent, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittle.
Thank you, Chairman. Item 6 to 16 Transwaste, I received a communication to which I did not make a response.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson, you have another declaration?
I have, yes, on agenda item 5, regarding one of the conditions, to declare that I'm a trustee of the Association for Heritage Interpretation and have written the best practice guide for interpretation in public spaces.
Thank you. And then Councillor Dewhurst.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I undertook my own private site visits in relation to items 4 and 6 to 16.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest from members of the committee? No, just for myself then, item 5, I was lobbied by a supporter of the application, but did not make my comments or views on the application known. And items 6 to 16, I've also received correspondence regarding that application. Have you got all those? Yep. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 2, which is to approve as a correct record the minutes of this committee meeting held on the 2nd of March 2023, which is pages 1 to 3 of our report. Are members happy with those minutes? If so, Councillor Matheson, you're proposing those minutes, and as seconder, Councillor Healy. All those in favour of adopting those minutes? That's carried. And then item 3, which is withdrawals. Are there any withdrawals?
No withdrawals, Chair.
We'll move on to our applications for today then. And item 4 is first, which is pages 4 to 60 of our reports. Could we have the update from officers, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This proposal is for change of use of land for use as a household recycling centre with associated engineering works, erection of a reuse shop, store, and erection of an ancillary office and welfare building, and associated access highway and drainage works. The proposed household recycling centre will replace an existing household recycling centre at Wheel. It is proposed to be purpose-built and designed to cater for existing tonnage and projected future growth of the Beverley area. It is not financially possible to extend or redevelop the existing Wheel household recycling centre. A site assessment has been undertaken in accordance with policy W4 and W17 of the Joint Waste Local Plan. Other potential sites on previous developed land in and around Beverley, including brownfield, within and outside development limits, have been considered, but are either not suitable for the proposed development or reasonably available. Since the Planning Committee report was issued, 39 additional third-party member of the public objections have been received. That now has a total of 1,943 in total. The further objections note total of 1,916 objections have been received, a very large percentage of which are from Beverley and to the local site. Increased risk to walkers, loss of a tranquil area, no assessment of social impact, will be in full view of the Hudson Way, will increase traffic, will affect access to properties on Carl Lane, and problems turning in and out to the side of large vehicles. More industrial area will be better. Close proximity to residential and a children's nursery, loss of greenfield site, adverse effect on ecology, flood risk as sites prone to waterlogging and floodplain, loss of good quality agricultural land. It would set a precedent. Alternative sites have not been considered in detail or dismissed for no good reason. Overemphasis given to flood risk in site selection. Site assessment is flawed. Assessment fails to refer to one site between Woodmansey and Beverley, which could also accommodate recycling centre, housing and solar. Lack of transparency in the process. Storage of asbestos will affect human health. Weighbridge and shop unnecessary. And whilst other council facilities may be in the countryside, now as close to residential properties. And finally, Chair, conditions. There's a further amendment to condition 15 is proposed to include the widening of the junction, and to condition 20 to require external lighting is turned off when the site is not in use. That's the update, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our speakers on this application. And first I have a Mr. Roach, who is an objector. Is Mr. Roach in the room with us? Mr. Roach, you have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views on this application. And Mr. Wiley here will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, councillors. This would be so much easier if I were representing myself, but by request, I'm speaking on behalf of the Beverley residents that have been so engaged and united in their opposition to this proposal. You will already be aware of the strength of feeling across the town, and these statistics have been provided to you in writing. The concerns over this proposal are far and wide, and the strength of feeling is hard to ignore, even in a process that is policy driven. Beverley residents still dispute numerous aspects of this report. There are far too many to include in these 5 minutes. Needless to say, you will hear from both teams of the Executive Director of Planning and Economic Regeneration that all is good to go. The community still dispute that from a planning policy and indeed a credibility aspect. I am here to ask you, the committee, to view this application as you did the Linley Hill one, respectful of the rules, but ultimately doing what was right for the community. After all, being the common sense department of the planning process and community-led would allow the committee to reject the recommendation of approval. Common sense tells us that the risk of the noise from 13 dogs doing an agility class to residents' amenity cannot be as great as the risk of noise from compacting rubbish and waste. Common sense also tells us that light pollution from a dog field's lights is no different to that of 8-metre high lights from a tip. The dog field isn't allowed any, but the tip is. Previously, Councillor Rudd, in support of the vertical farm application, stated how nice it was to be a member of an innovative council. This was followed by Councillors West, Dewhurst, Cultish and Whittle, all acknowledging that innovation and innovative solutions to challenges are very important. Councillor McMaster, whilst identifying that food security was a major factor in our society, used phrases such as, we need to think outside the box, we need to find ways of growing more and more crops. A line from a recent newspaper article says, Councillor Hammond said that he would not back calls for grass verges to be paved over, claiming it would, quote, industrialise the countryside, unquote. Perhaps we should just grow the autumn harvestable crops that this field is capable of growing according to the applicant's own soil assessment and not industrialise it. If the expectation of the committee is to encourage applicants to progress their thinking and be innovative in their solutions, approving this application would not be in line with that objective. Depositing several hundred tonnes of concrete into a field would not feature as an out-of-the-box thinking solution, and minimal approaches to technologies used in all aspects of the design does not scream out innovation. A ramp and a one-way system is so last century. A refusal and an instruction to rethink all aspects based on what's important and not what's easy would be the right outcome to this application. It is abundantly apparent that the scoring matrix is flawed, and you will have received a number of these examples directly from residents. One such example is the weighting given to political influences, fundamentally ruling out all other technically suitable sites. The apportioning of scores against the use of brownfield sites in complete contradiction of what one would expect. Countryside scores higher because it's easier to convert to concrete. These create the impression that the process is tick box, not intended to challenge the predetermined site location. The amount of retrospective work that the applicant has had to conduct since the quiet introduction of this proposal into the public domain also points to this conclusion. This proposed site is not the best option, it's just the easy option. The proposal of an alternate site that has been available throughout this process and not included in the applicant's thinking should not be ignored, details of which I know you have been sent. I am sure there are more than that available if someone is minded to find them through meaningful consultation, something that has been woefully overlooked during this process. The health and well-being of Beverley residents, young and old and everywhere in between, is determined by the outcome of this decision. I urge you to be the common sense department and respect your community's decision that this should not go ahead. In the event you have been given no option but to approve this after such a considerable sum of money has already been invested by your officers, I would ask you to consider safety first. Roundabouts at the exits and entries to all residential areas are an absolute minimum to protect road users and pedestrians alike. However, that field should be growing and supporting our agricultural needs. That green space, the thing we are most fearful of losing, should remain an area of peace and beauty for all to enjoy for many more years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Our next speaker is Miss Atkinson, who is a representative of the applicant. Is Miss Atkinson in the room with us? You two will have 5 minutes to address the committee with your view, and Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee and officers for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in support of the application for the proposed development of a new household recycling site for Beverley. The application for the proposed Beverley HRC on land at Ings Road has developed into a very controversial planning application. We would like to reaffirm the council's commitment to provide a modern fit-for-purpose recycling facility to serve Beverley and surrounding areas, both for now and well into the future. The wheel site provides inadequate facilities for the community and it is no longer fit for purpose. The site is unable to efficiently handle the current 6,000 tonnes per year. It's unsafe and provides an unacceptable quality of customer experience. Queues develop when the site has to close for servicing and at peak periods, and there is limited space for further segregation of materials which will be required in the future. Such matters are exacerbated by the low quality and low capacity of the local highway network serving the site. The Environment Agency have highlighted that the current marginal compliance with permitting rules won't be tolerated indefinitely, meaning the site permit will be at risk if no action is taken. Redevelopment of the current wheel site on the former landfill site will be prohibitively expensive, technically onerous, and require significantly more capital investment to improve the highway network to support it. Such investment makes further development at wheel uneconomic. The long-term economic solution is to create a new site for Beverley to replace wheel, and there is majority acceptance of this and strong support for this strategy. The replacement site proposal started with the development of a model HRC site design that would include features designed to minimise or remove the problematic issues that customers faced at wheel and other veteran HRC sites to create an efficient and positive customer experience. The design also accommodates forecast increases in material throughput caused by expansion of the residential dwellings in the area, and it allows for additional material to be segregated in the future to comply with changing legislation. In addition, the provision of features to encourage small and medium-sized enterprises to bring their good quality recycling materials to the site have been created by introducing a weighbridge facility. This investment is, of course, in line with central government encouragement to local authorities to be providing this type of facility, as businesses are expected to recycle more waste in the future. Further carbon reduction opportunity at the proposed site is in the form of a reuse shop. This facility provides the community with an opportunity for the deposit and resale of high quality recyclable items and serviceable goods. This facility also is a significant contributor to reduction of waste disposal and provides an opportunity for serviceable goods to be made available to the public at reduced cost. The selection to find the most appropriate location for the replacement HRC is a matter that was carried out pragmatically, objectively and thoroughly, as this factor not only influences the efficiency and performance of the proposal, but impacts on the environment and communities that neighbour it. A long list of potential sites was generated and featured land in and out of the town, brownfield and greenfield sites, and both council-owned and private land. A sequential test provided confirmation of the unsuitability of a number of sites, confirming the findings of the multi-criteria analysis, and confirms the site selection is aligned with the planning policies. Policy suggests that HRC sites are sited as close as possible to the point of material generation, the clear intention being to reduce travel distance, journey times, and the direct impact on sustainability, carbon production, and climate change. The objections and concerns raised by members of the public have been listened to, and where relevant, we have provided further information or affirmed the studies that have supported our choice of site. Issues raised have been assessed and mitigation incorporated in the proposals. The intention is that the proposed facility will become a satisfactory good neighbour, and this is the case at other HRC locations around East Riding which neighbour residential areas. The reality is that there is evidence that consultations, both statutory and otherwise, indicate that there is an overwhelming no objection to the proposed development. During the operation of proposed development, the council would remain the owners of the facility, and if there are any developing nuisance trends, the public could be assured that the council will be monitoring these and will take reasonable action to mitigate them should they arise. In addition, the facility will be monitored by the Environment Agency, and they too have permit rules and thresholds that the operation must comply with. The balance between provision of a suitably sized, modern and efficient facility to serve the Beverley area and the mitigation against local impacts weighs favourably with the proposal on its selected location. Such a favourable balance will be unlikely to be achieved at other locations. The Beverley HRC at Ings Road is a workable, practical, affordable and sustainable solution to Beverley's increasing recycling needs. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have four local East Riding councillors who wish to speak on the application. The first is Councillor Johnson, who is joining us in the chamber. Councillor Johnson, you two will have 5 minutes to address the committee, and Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a founder member of the residents group and ward councillor for St Mary's. Without the ward councillor's street letters and the No Tip Here group's activities, many would not know about this plan because there was no consultation until officers had decided this beautiful, peaceful green field alongside the Hudson Way rail trail by a picnic area and home to much wildlife was going to be destroyed and industrialised by building a tip on it. Previous pre-planning applications, including one to build a sports pitch on this very field, have been refused because, I quote, of the detrimental effect on surrounding land, neighbours and open countryside, inappropriate development on the urban fringe, because of the field's agricultural suitability to grow autumn crops, but most important because of the access to this Ings Road site off Grange Way, which passes over Sisterbeck Bridge and is in a flood zone. It will be difficult to widen Ings Road, so how the junction will cope with the volume of traffic which the plan suggests will use this tip is a huge concern. It's not just the 120 traffic movements per hour at peak times using the tip, it's also the 24 cars an hour using the dog walking field on Carr Road, which hasn't been mentioned. It's the residents of the 5 houses at the bottom of Carr Road, which include 2 doctors and a care worker, who haven't been mentioned, and another 24 at the new dog walking field at the top of Ings Road. That, along with the walkers, cyclists, joggers and horse riders accessing the Hudson Way, is an accident waiting to happen. 170 extra traffic movements an hour off a road which is already at a standstill much of the year as it backs up from Swinemore roundabout is hugely concerning. The traffic survey, which was carried out in January, said that the new stacking lanes and revised road layout would be adequate, but they've not consulted with the residents of the Rowan Avenue or Lockwood Road estates, who are often unable to exit onto Grange Way due to the sheer volume of traffic. Officers say there's only been 6 accidents causing personal injury in the last 5 years, but they've not taken into account the frequent near misses, bumps and scrapes. Last Friday at 9:45 a.m, it took me 9 minutes to turn right out of Lockwood Road. Residents usually turn left down to Driffield Road roundabout and come back on themselves, adding to the congestion at Swinemore roundabout. When councillors were invited to meet with officers, this site had already been selected from a long list of 34, using an opaque scoring method to produce a shortlist, which had this site at number 1. It took several weeks to get hold of a copy of the long list, of which 27 sites had been redacted. Why the secrecy? Why the secrecy of the scoring matrices which rank these sites, which appear to be totally subjective? For example, a brownfield site scores -2, with a greenfield site +2. Yet our Prime Minister says brownfield sites should be used preferentially for development, and you yourself, Chair, have said we cannot concrete over and industrialise the countryside. This plan flies in the face of that. There is also a mark for political influence. What does this mean? Wheel scores -2 and Ings Road +1. We are told Wheel Tip has to close, but officers have not provided any hard evidence to prove this. Why do officers think Ings Road will get planning permission easily? How do they know what a planning committee thinks? When residents were given the opportunity to see what officers proposed at 3 exhibitions, the 3rd one only put in place as an evening meeting at the insistence of ward councillors, the only site discussed was Ings Road. That is not consultation. Residents were angry that the council's own priority statement of communities being empowered and supported and DEFRA's guidance on consultation and transparency have been completely ignored. No wonder there are almost 2,000 objections on the planning portal, and we are not NIMBYs because about half of those objections are from outside of St Mary's ward. The inconsistencies in the application are frightening. The dog walking fields cannot have lights to retain the amenity of the residents, but the tip has 8-metre high lights. That will also be detrimental to wildlife as well as residents. The dog walking field has 12 dogs max at any one time to reduce noise, but the tip can operate from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. with compacting and clanking skip movements and heavy lorries disrupting the peace. I hope, committee, you have seen the film of the tip in Sunderland on which this one is based because it is noisy. I haven't even mentioned pollution from increased traffic, smells, litter and asbestos at a site only 250 metres away from a children's nursery as the crow flies and the north wind blows. How can the safety of these children be guaranteed? And if the wind blows in the other direction, there's another nursery only 500 metres away. All we want is this committee to recognise the council has got this wrong, take this site off the table and send officers back to look at other sites, including one mentioned.
Thank you, Councillor
by the
Johnson. That
tip.
is your time.
Thank you.
Our next councillor is Councillor Birch, who joins us by Zoom. Councillor Birch, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. That's a good start. Councillor Birch, you too will have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views, and Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak today on this application. It's plainly clear it's not in my ward, but I feel strongly enough to speak about it and represent the residents that it does affect, as it does also affect me working near the site. I, like many of my council colleagues and some residents, fully understand and appreciate the need for recycling centres, and in this case, recognise the need for an improved site at Beverley. So on the face of the application, it would seem I was in favour. However, we must take a better look at the detail of this application and primarily the significant impact and effect it will have on the highway network, not only in the immediate vicinity, but also around the wider Beverley area. As has been stated, a lot of the objections to this are not NIMBYs, are not people who don't want it in their backyard, and that is certainly not the case with me. I'd urge members to refuse the application. These plans fail to address properly the need for a much larger investment in the road network immediately outside the site. The council have not beyond turning off Grange Way into the site. And even the plans in place for Grange Way are not adequate for the extra traffic. Further slip roads allowing for the smooth flow of traffic should be planned for the entrance, and even as being mentioned, roundabouts to make the flow of traffic easier. The lined area for traffic approaching from the east is also not adequate enough. It is hampered in its length by an already existing area for turning right into the Hayride Public House. It can't be made longer because of this, so other provisions should be made to make the flow of traffic better. Further along Grange Way, there is another road called Lockwood Road. This is home to a significant number of residents' dwellings, and when Grange Way is busy during peak times, those trying to gain access to or leave Lockwood Road struggle. This is again where the council have failed to take into consideration the wider highway pressures already on the network. Adding to these with this site in this location would compound the issue. To the southeast of the proposed site is Swinemore Lane. This road leads immediately onto Grange Way. The start of Swinemore Lane is approximately 1.5 miles away from the site. It is very often that Swinemore Lane is backed up with traffic for its full 0.8 mile length. This then affects the through flow of traffic round the roundabout between Grange Way and Swinemore Road. The traffic backs up Grange Way, and it is known to sometimes back up as far as the proposed site. If traffic is backing up as far as proposed site at this point in time, how does adding more vehicle movements to the area help? Adding further traffic and highway users to this area will potentially overwhelm what is an already struggling traffic and highway network. This will lead to more traffic, more accidents, and more pollution through standing and slow moving traffic. At a time when this council and the wider society are looking towards lowering pollution and helping the environment, this council should be implementing a scheme which should not be implementing a scheme which only adds to this issue. I would urge members to refuse the application on the grounds it's not properly considered the wider impact of traffic to the proposed site on the immediate and wider Beverley area. The clear and robust objections from thousands of local residents also prove that this site is not wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. The next councillor we have to speak on this application is Councillor Harold, who joins us in the chamber. Councillor Harold, you too have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views, and Mr. Wiley here will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've been aware of the council's desire to relocate our recycling centre, the TIP, from Wheel for many years, and rightly so. Beverley deserves a recycling plant that showcases our wish
to be a sustainable council, allowing our residents easy access to dispose of items not included in our regular weekly collections. We want to encourage as many residents from Beverley and the surrounding villages to access this future-proofed site. So in essence, we want more customers to use this service. In fact, our whole reason and rationale for this capital spend is to encourage greater usage, something that the current location could never afford us. So over 4 years ago, when sites in the neighbouring ward were thrown in the mix, I was able to make comments around the viability of those sites over others and give my views. As a ward councillor, I felt very strongly that it was my duty to ensure I protected the residents of Minster and Woodmansey, as quite frankly, we've had everything, including the 2,400 kitchen sinks imposed on us. Did I ever expect that the same robust approach and scrutiny would not be replicated in the neighbouring ward, St Mary's? Absolutely not, yet here we are. On looking at the application before us today, I was concerned to see the highways comments and traffic surveys only seem to focus on the impact and effect on Grange Way. My concern, and the reason I'm speaking today, is the impact on Swinemoor Lane, which has already over the past few years seen so many changes that have had a negative impact on traffic flow and congestion. And quite frankly, had the planning committee gone down there when they were leaving the site visit this morning, it would have taken them, as it did me, from the top of Swinemoor Lane roundabout to the Magic roundabout, 14 minutes to get down there at a Thursday at 11:30, not peak time. Grange Way is not a standalone road. It is part of a larger network of A and B roads that serve the whole of Beverley. Having considered the comments from highways, I don't think enough weight has been given to the impact on the other arterial roads off Grange Way and how, if any of these roads are blocked, it will cause bedlam across the northeast of the town. Beverley is not a blank canvas. It's a jigsaw where you cannot just force something into a gap because you want it to fit. It needs to be very carefully and sensitively considered. And who better than the elected members who are part of the community and know their area well? This has not been the case with this application, Mr. Chairman. In fact, the opposite has happened. I don't believe enough engagement has been afforded to all 9 of the Beverley members who, if consulted, would have been able to share their vast knowledge of their areas and prevented us getting to this sorry point with this poor application before us today. My ask of you is that you be what the peer review encouraged us to be, a member-led council with major decisions being made strategically by members for their communities. May I remind you of just some of our council priorities? Valuing the environment. Once this greenfield is built on, it ain't never going to see the light of day again. No more green. Protecting the vulnerable. Again, I'm struggling to see how this has been covered. And last but by no means least, empowering and supporting our communities. I don't think the 1,946 residents who have taken the time to object to this application feel empowered or supported, not in the way we want. Planning should be a process that helps, supports, enhances, and is considerate of its communities. Again, I'm struggling to see how this application has got to this point with this much unrest from its community. So what is my ask of you today? It is that you refuse this application and allow officers to look again at the issues raised today. To not consider the wider impacts of this is negligent. If you don't think this issue warrants refusal, maybe you could consider the proximity of this industrial site to a highly dense residential area housing thousands of residents, or 2 doctors' surgeries. Maybe spare a thought for the elderly, vulnerable residents living their final days in a residential nursing home, just a stone's throw away. The proximity to Longcroft and Moorescroft schools, where our young people spend at least 7 hours each day. Or last but by no means least, the 2 early years settings that we support, the nurseries where our babies and toddlers are cared for on a daily basis. Please do the right thing. Refuse, rethink, and rest easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harold. And the final councillor we have wishing to speak on the application is Councillor Boynton, who is joining us by Zoom. Councillor Boynton, can you hear me?
I can, Chair.
We can hear you too. Councillor Boynton, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views. Mr. Wire will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, apologies to yourself and the members of the public. I was hoping to be there in person, however, ill health has prevented me doing so. And I do apologise in advance for any coughing fits. I've been a ward councillor for roughly about 4 years now and have not witnessed this level of strength of feeling for an application before. While many will recognise the need to update, rebuild or move the recycling centre at Wheel, this current site is simply not the correct choice. This application is earmarked, well, is an industrial site, which I feel is situated in a farming, leisure pursuit area. From my point of view, I believe that mistakes have been made in the application from the start. No elected members were informed of the plans. Ward councillors had to inform residents via street letters that were hand delivered to residents to make them aware of the application. At the events that were held, again, a lot of them were in the day, so residents couldn't attend. In regards to the site selection process, we have received that. However, that was heavily redacted, and I feel that is against the principles of open and transparent planning process. Beverley and Molescroft have Figham Common to the south, Swinemore to the east, the Westwood to the west, and Ings Road and Hudson Way to the north. And all 4 of these are recognised for the health benefits that they have to offer to the community. On many of the objections that I'm sure you've read, time and time again, green infrastructure and health and fitness has been highlighted as a major loss in this application. The proposed site is next to Hudson Way, which is designated in East Riding of Yorkshire Council's own local plan as a green infrastructure corridor. It is a popular destination for walkers, runners, cyclists, equestrians. You have a number of mental health charities and veterans groups that meet there, and also Beverley Athletics Club with over 300 members. It's quite clear to me that this is an overdevelopment of that site, out of character with the area, that is putting the social impact of those groups and the local health and fitness at risk. To sum up, lots of objections have been received across Beverley, Molescroft and surrounding areas. So it's not just the houses adjacent to that site. So that gives you the strong understanding that is felt across the wider area. In my opinion, this committee only has one option available to it, and that's to reject this application, and let's have a fair and transparent process going forwards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Boynton. That's all of our speakers on the application. So I will now open the floor to members, and I have Councillor Healy, one of the local ward members, wishing to speak first.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's clear that we're dealing with one of the most commented upon planning applications this committee's ever dealt with, and public concerns expressed by close to 2,000 people. The detrimental impact on the amenity has been made very clear by people who've spoken already. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is focus on the process of site selection. I want to look at the process that the council was supposed to follow in selecting this site, and I'd like to compare it to the process that it has actually followed. I want to explore exactly how we come to be where we are, and how it is that after considering 34 sites, including brownfield sites, officers are recommending an industrial undertaking of this scale on a greenfield site outside the development limit in the open countryside. Now, For the benefit of residents in particular, I'll just explain. Planning applications normally have to conform to a number of policies which are laid down by certain documents. And these are referenced on page 5 of the report. They must conform with the East Riding Local Plan strategy document. And in the case of waste disposal sites like this, they must also comply with policies laid down by what's called a Joint Waste Local Plan for Hull and the East Riding, a document which has been in existence for nearly 20 years. Now, the JWLP local plan is very clear in policy W17, which says, quote, that waste management development resulting in the loss or damage to agricultural land will not be allowed unless it satisfies the sequential approach of policy W4. And this, of course, is agricultural land, which we know that's confirmed in section 2.1 on page 5, which states the application site is located in the countryside and an agricultural field, approximately 3.8 hectares, currently in agricultural use. So what these policies tell developers is that if they want to site the tip in this agricultural site, they must follow this sequential approach of policy W4. Otherwise, it won't be allowed. So I know we're getting a bit technical here, but we need to understand. The next question then, what does W4 policy say? And what is a sequential approach? Well, a sequential approach is like a hierarchy of preferences for site selection on planning matters like this. And the highest preference is previously developed land in an urban area. And that's where you should look first to put something like this. The second preference is undeveloped land in an urban area, and only then undeveloped land outside an urban area. So what about the sequential test that the council has applied? That's what it was supposed to do. Well, back in September, ward councillors were asked to attend a presentation from the acting director of asset strategy on the proposal. And we were told that officers were going to use what they called a multi-criteria analysis, starting with a long list of sites to allow, they said, for an informed decision. Stage 1 was to prepare a long list of sites that could be considered as a suitable location. We were then shown a slide containing a map with 34 little red dots at various locations surrounding Beverley, from as far south as Bentley to as far north as just short of Leconfield, and from the countryside near Bishop Burton in the west to Wheal in the east. But we weren't actually told what these sites were. We weren't told their precise locations. We were just shown the little red dots. And when we asked what these sites were, officers weren't all that happy to tell us, other than that this was a long list. We were then shown another slide which said that 10 of these sites had been identified for the medium list, and that these had then been reassessed in more detail to fine-tune and verify the assessment scores. And they then gave us a slide showing 5 final selection sites, or 5 shortlisted sites, and each of these was given a percentage score based on likelihood of successive development. And we were shown a chart. In joint 5th place with 22% chance was a site at Driffield Road, and also the north side of Constitution Hill with 22%. In 3rd place with 33% was land south of Beverley opposite Token Spire Business Park. 2nd place with 44% was site 8, Figham Roundabout. And top of the list, with an astonishing 89% chance of successfully proceeding to development, was site 31, Ings Road picnic site. A picnic site for a tip, kind of says it all. So what was this 89% actually based upon? How did this site end up top of the pile? Well, they then put another chart up which said it was based on, number 1, the likelihood of doing a deal to secure the land, and the number 2, the likelihood of securing positive planning approval. Well, what on earth does that mean? How did officers know back in October what this committee was going to do on the 30th of March 2023? How did they know that this has got a fair chance, an 88% chance of getting through? Because I'll tell you, I don't know which way this is going to go. I'm the first person speaking today My colleagues in this room and I do not preempt planning applications. We do not discuss planning applications. And so how do officers know? How can they be so sure that this planning committee is going to do whatever it does today? Do they think we are a soft touch? I don't know. I'll leave the question hanging there. So councillors were being presented with a fait accompli. We were not being brought into the discussions at an early stage. We were simply brought into a room to be told the site at Wheel is built on a landfill cell. It suffers subsidence and drainage failures. It breaches EA permit requirements, and we need a new site. We've considered 34 sites. We can't tell you which ones we've done, but we have done our own multi-criteria analysis. We've whittled it down to 10, then to 5, and then we've decided which of those 5 is most likely to get planning permission. And hey presto, it's the picnic site northwest of Ings Road. And that is the sum total of this council's sequential testing. And when residents tried to find out more about which sites were being considered, they were met with a wall of silence and even had to resort to a freedom of information request in order to get it. And even then, it remained heavily redacted. The inaccuracies and the inadequacies of the multi-criteria analysis are a common theme among the concerns of people writing on the planning portal and their elected bodies. Beverley Town Council said, the Town Council understands there were numerous other potential sites, but these were deemed to be unsuitable by East Riding. The Town Council requests information regarding which other sites were considered, the selection process used to eliminate them, and the reasons behind this being the only site option available for public consultation. This multi-criteria analysis has allowed them to narrow the field from 34 sites down to 1 using their own criteria, which hasn't been transparent. Many of the potential sites have been redacted, so we don't know which they are. There's been a complete lack of transparency about the elimination process that they've gone through. And this is a far cry from the government's national planning policy for waste, which states, quote, that waste planning authorities should undertake an early and meaningful engagement with local communities so that plans as far as possible reflect a collective vision and set of agreed priorities when planning for sustainable waste management, recognizing that proposals for waste management facilities can be controversial. Well, you can say that again. There has been no early and meaningful engagement with the local community or the elected representatives of those communities. Instead, all councillors got was a presentation last October to say that officers had made their minds up, there was only one site to consider, and that they had selected that site mainly because they believed it would be easy to buy the land and that this planning committee was likely to say yes. Well, public consultation about these plans was also low on the council's agenda. And it was ward councillors who took the initiative to inform residents through street letters about the council's proposals, and subsequently a residents' action group was formed. Now, in the officer's report, the council make an attempt to justify a sequential approach. In fairness to them, they do attempt to do this by listing some sites on previously developed brownfield land in and around Beverley, and they give the reasons for rejecting those sites. And these are worth exploring, and please bear with me, Chair. I know this is technical, but this is really, really important that these sites are looked at. I'll be as brief as possible. On paragraph 7.14 on page 23, I just want to question some of the reasons that the council have had for dismissing some of these sites. So paragraph 7.14 identifies site 4, East Riding land at Laurels and Lilacs, site 5, former Grove Hill Depot, and site 6, Capital Park on Grove Hill, as available, but, quote, allocated in the East Riding local plan to help meet the town's employment needs, and that the loss of allocated and established employment land would need to be justified in accordance with policy EC1 of the East Riding local plan strategy document. Well, if you refer to policy EC1, it says that proposals will be supported, quote, where the identified site provides the most appropriate location for the proposal. So on that basis, and also on the basis that there will be employment at the tip, but particularly on the basis that EC1 will support that, there's every reason to conclude that the siting of the facility, or any one of these sites, could be justified in accordance with policy EC1. And furthermore, the National Planning Policy for Waste directs household waste recycling centres to employment land. It actually says that waste planning authorities should give priority to the reuse of previously developed land, including sites identified for employment use, But officers are saying we can't put them there because it's identified for employment use, but the policy says you can. So it's inconsistent. In other words, sites 4, 5 and 6 should not be and do not need to be dismissed out of hand. They are brownfield sites and are higher up the sequential priority list than the greenfield site at Molescroft. Another potential site mentioned, paragraph 7.19, page 23, site 12, proposed park and ride site located to the north of Minster Way, east of the railway line. This has been dismissed as a possible location site for the tip, as it has been allocated in the East Riding local plan for a park and ride site. However, ward councillors in Beverley were asked to attend a meeting last October with the same senior officers who told us they wanted to put the tip in Molescroft. And at this other meeting, they told us they were having second thoughts about having a park and ride in Beverley, as demand for parking had dropped since the pandemic due to the high number of County Hall office workers who were now working from home. And indeed, the head of asset strategy and the director of planning and economic regeneration attended a Beverley Town Council meeting on the 9th of March to ask councillors if we had any bright ideas about what this site might be used for, if not a park and ride. And yet here they are eliminating this site from the sequential test because they plan to build a park and ride on it. It is inconsistent. One more site I want to just mention, paragraph 7.17, site 22, Killingwall Graves Lane. This is a brownfield former industrial estate site with no dwellings around for miles. The report points out that the site has planning permission for a petrol station and a retail shop, identical in fact to the one that has subsequently been built just 100 yards away on the other side of the roundabout. Now, it's a couple of years since this site got planning permission, and planning permission lapses if a development hasn't commenced within 3 years. Now, can the council think outside the box? Is it possible that the recent development of the new filling station may have resulted in a change of plan? Have officers asked the question, might the owners of that site be amenable to a sale at open market value for the development of a recycling centre? Now, I'm not suggesting we put it in any of these places. All I'm saying is they haven't thought it through, because there's all sorts of reasons why they could build a site at any of these places. Now, I'm not going to go through all the potential sites. The point I'm making, I think, is fairly clear that in all these cases, there are reasons why these sites, these brownfield sites that have been considered, should not be dismissed out of hand, as they have been, in favour of opting for a piece of agricultural land outside the development limits in the open countryside, adjacent to a busy bypass, children's nursery, pub, and hundreds of family homes. There was insufficient work done on the sequential analysis. There was no proper engagement with the community. Officers have chosen this site as the easy option, the path of least resistance, in a desperate attempt to get it over the line. And whilst they have followed some sort of process so that they can pay lip service to the policies, they haven't been thorough enough and transparent enough with their site analysis, and they haven't asked the right questions. And in their haste to conclude this, they have failed to comply with policy W4 of the Joint Waste Local Plan, which says that development must happen on an agricultural site unless it follows the proper robust sequential test, which this clearly hasn't. And that in itself is a material ground for the refusal of planning permission. They've also failed to comply with policy S4 of the East Riding Local Plan, which says that outside of a development limit, land will be regarded as countryside, and that development proposals must respect the intrinsic character of our surroundings. Do our officers really believe that an industrial undertaking of this nature, a huge, ugly, hazardous monstrosity, really respects the intrinsic character of the surroundings of this area? I submit that it doesn't, Chair, and that failure to comply with policy S4 of the East Riding Local Plan is a second material ground for the refusal of planning permission. And incidentally, I find it quite incredulous that in paragraph 7.1 on the report, at page 21, officers try and argue that the tip can be classed as a new and enhanced community service facility and can therefore be supported by policy C2 of the East Riding Local Plan. So there we are. Officers think that this is a community service facility for residents in Molescroft. I have the feeling that they disagree with that. Councillors, we've had many representations from residents talking about mental well-being and about how this place of tranquility has been a huge help to their mental health, and how the prospect of losing it is causing real stress, and in some cases, genuine mental illness to our residents. And I want to quote from one submission which we've had from residents, and I know, councillors, you all had these, and I know we've all read them. We take this very, very seriously. This person says, the effects on people's mental health in this area is something that cannot be measured or explained away or brushed under the carpet or ignored. This will have a detrimental effect on the mental health of people. When you walk over the footbridge over Grangeway, you're entering another world. This world has been invaluable to the people of Beverley. It's a place to enjoy nature and the countryside, to see open skies and beautiful unspoilt countryside, to breathe fresh air and hear birds singing, to exercise alone with pets or with friends. It's been a place to escape the stresses of life, to grieve the loss of a loved one, to ride a bike, to ride a horse, to photograph, to draw, to study, to observe nature. We are so lucky. What was once a stress-busting, peaceful walk that was good for the body and mind will no longer be. If the tip goes ahead, these walks will be alongside an ugly industrial estate. As residents, we put our trust in you to make the right decisions to improve our lives and our amenities. Councillors, this, incidentally, was sent a couple of days ago, the same day that the council launched its health and wellbeing survey. The survey says we want to hear about residents' health and wellbeing issues. We want to support people in the East Riding to improve their mental health and wellbeing. Well, for residents in Molescroft, there seems to be a cruel irony about a council which claims to care about residents' well-being, which surveys its residents about their well-being, and issues pretty lanyards to its councillors and staff containing the words "Your East Riding, where everyone matters." It doesn't feel to the residents of Molescroft as though they matter very much at the moment, and they are pleading with us to do the right thing today. Councillors, we are elected by our, nearly finished, Chair. We are elected by our residents, wherever they are, to give them a voice, to look after them, to stand up for them, to give them justice and fairness. That's what we do. That's why we're councillors. We put our residents first. The people of Molescroft have spoken about how this misguided, ill-considered and badly thought through proposal from officers will detrimentally impact their lives, and their elected representatives and bodies are all speaking up for them with a single voice. The ward councillors in Beverley across the political divide, the parish council in Molescroft, the town council in Beverley, the member of parliament. We on this planning committee need to decide whether to listen to the residents who we represent and support them as they try to preserve their way of life, or whether we are going to let this be an officer-led council and let officers have their way, dumping this tip on the people of Molescroft for a quiet life. Chairman, finally, I would like to move formally refusal of this planning application with reasons, and I've got a dozen reasons to throw at you. If that's
just before we get
Chairman,
to that,
can I have a point of order?
Just before we get to that, Councillor Healy, I think I need to ask you the question that with your pre-written type statement, do you feel that you're predetermined on this application? And I asked that question because, of course, if a councillor is predetermined, that can jeopardise the decision for it's made either way.
I have made the point very clearly that I have at no point predetermined this application. I have never made any comments about this application.
Does Councillor Healy have a printer in his car?
You've not sat there and typed that speech in this meeting, so you must have. Have you typed at the end of that speech you would like to move refusal?
I have written a speech. I have prepared the objections and I have prepared my reasons for refusal, and that's what any diligent member of a planning committee would do. I don't come into meetings without even thinking about what I'm going to say. I have some strong reasons for refusing, for proposing refusal of this planning application, Chair, and I would like to be able to tell you what they are, if that's okay.
We all do our due diligence, and I make written notes, handwritten notes, but I think that just what you need to bear in mind, as I said, a predetermination can jeopardize the decision that is made, whether that's for or in favour. I can't tell you whether you feel you're predetermined, it's up to you. But just please bear that in mind, because when we go forward and vote on this application, I will let you move your reasons for, state your reasons for refusal so the committee can consider them, and then we'll move on to the rest of the debate. But just please bear in mind that a pre-typed statement is really pushing the line in terms of predetermination. Councillor Coultish, what's your point?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't feel, even after the debate, if I come to a conclusion that I agree with Councillor Healy, I don't feel I can vote in favour of that motion because it's clearly pre-typed and pre-decided, and I don't want to be part of a predetermined decision.
Would our council solicitor like to advise on this situation?
Chairman, I think you put it very well, actually. I mean, it's very close to the line. It may even be over the line of predetermination, but it is for individual members to decide themselves whether they feel they have predetermined and deal with the matter and vote or not vote accordingly. As the chairman has said, it does jeopardise the decision either way if predetermination has happened.
I think that's the case. It's up to members to make their own declarations. It's just particularly, obviously, this is a council application. I would hope that the council would not take itself to the inspectorate regardless of what decision is made, and would respect this committee's decision. But particularly in future, when we have applications, not that anyone should be predetermined to any application, but particularly in future for applications not by this council, where obviously the applicant is more likely to challenge the decision this committee makes. I think it'd be very wise for members not to pre-type statements and to come into the room with a clearly open mind, listen to the speakers, members of public ward councillors, the applicant, and make their decision based off of what we hear in this chamber and the information we're obviously providing in our reports. So I'll leave it up to you, Councillor Healy, to decide where you want to sit with that. And if you wish to continue, you may give your reasons for your proposal of refusal.
Thank you, Chair. I know exactly where I wish to sit with that. I have not and ever have predetermined this planning application. I have given it thought as a diligent member of this planning committee. And this morning I wrote down what I believe to be valid reasons. I've been to this planning committee before and have been castigated by planning officers for not having reasons for refusal. Oh, councillor, you can't just say you propose refusal of a planning application without reasons for refusal. So therefore, I have come with reasons for refusal, and now I appear to be being castigated for being prepared. So I am absolutely 100% certain that I have never predetermined this planning application, and I think the residents in Molescroft will know that I am just not available to discuss it with them. So I would like to continue, if that's possible, Chair, and give you 12 reasons for refusal. Number one, failure to comply with policy W4 of the Joint Waste Local Plan for Hull and the East Riding, which says that the development on agricultural land shall not be allowed unless it follows a proper, robust sequential test, which this has not. Number two, failure to comply with policy S4 of the East Riding Local Plan, which says that in the countryside, development proposals must respect the intrinsic character of their surroundings, which this proposal does not. Number three, more than substantial harm caused to the visual amenity of the countryside. Number four, loss of amenity and the detrimental effect on the Hudson Way Rail Trail and tourist trails. Number five, more than substantial harm caused by environmental and ecological impact on the countryside, including loss of hedgerows, trees and habitat. Number six, more than substantial harm caused by pollution, including light pollution due to the site activities, including handling of hazardous materials such as asbestos within close proximity to a children's nursery. Number seven, more than substantial harm caused by odours, vermin and detritus. Number eight, more than substantial harm to the air quality, specifically from increased HGV road traffic and particle dust during construction and after the site becomes operational. Number nine, potential adverse human health impacts due to poor air quality, pollution and storage of hazardous materials, in particular to children at the nearby nursery. Number 10, adverse impact on the mental well-being of residents. Number 11, noise and disturbance to residential properties resulting from site operations. And finally, number 12, negative impact of traffic congestion and traffic movement on Grangeray, Lockwood Road and other arterial roads in Beverley. I move, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davison. Do you wish to speak? Right. Can I just ask officers, are you happy with those reasons for refusal in terms of planning policy?
Thank you, Chair. Clearly, a number of those issues were duplicated. So things like visual amenity and amenity number 3 and 4. There are certainly some reasons there that Councillor Healy can put forward. Policy W4 in terms of the sequential approach. If members feel that hasn't been taken thoroughly in terms of the brownfield sites within the development limit of the town, so members would need to articulate exactly which sites you feel were erroneously considered and may prove to be alternatives. So if we did go to a vote, we'd need to know which sites, Councillor Healy, you were thinking about and would need to be explored further. In terms of S4, the countryside, I think you could wrap up a reason for refusal in terms of the landscape and visual impacts. That probably would include 2, 3 and 4 of those points. The rest of them, I would strongly advise that you couldn't put forward because they were issues that clearly our expert consultees, such as pollution, noise, traffic, air quality, odours. We've been through the full spectrum of consultation with the council and other external consultees who have said that those issues are satisfied and meet the required tests and standards. So I think of those 12, if you were to move to a vote of refusal, my advice would be to focus on W4 in terms of the sequential approach, and then the visual impact issues in terms of landscape visual amenity issues. So I think probably two reasons there, Chair, for 12.
So policy W4, which is regarding how the council came to the decision to develop this site and really impact on character of the area, really. Are you happy with those, Councillor Healy?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Are you happy with those, Councillor Davison, as the seconder?
Yeah.
Would you? Particularly on, I think, policy W4, officers would need more detail, but we can come back to that when we get to the voting stage. I then also have Councillor Whittle wishing to speak on this application.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, you may know there's nothing up my sleeves, and I've written everything down. So my speech will not be as eloquent as Councillor Healy's and possibly more disjointed. However, having said that, I'm afraid I can't support the application. And my reasoning is quite simple. I appreciate the fact that wheel is outdated. We can't improve it. It's a hazard. It's in the wrong place, and it's only accessed by twisty roads. So wheels out of the equation altogether. I won't reprise the lengthy list of selected, non-selected, etc. sites. What I will concentrate, Chairman, is on the site which I visited this morning, along with us in our minibus. And yes, I saw a very nice agricultural setting, but what concerned me most was something which I've been tickling away at the back of my mind since I read the documents. That was when we went up on the footbridge to look over Grange Way, and we saw the arrangement currently in place for entering Ings Road. And we inquired what happens to vehicles turning right out of the site. Is there a specific provision for this apart from the right-hand lane? And is this going to interfere with vehicles turning right into the site coming from Swinemoor? And it appears to me, and as our highways officer is well aware, I have a great respect for highways and their means of working things out, no doubt by the casting of runes and bones and things. But it struck me that this is an accident waiting to happen. When you've got a busy road like Grange Way, the inclination to turn right is diminished by the lack of, shall we say, ease. I'm a habitual turner left if I can avoid turning right, because I prefer to get on my way. Now, if that is the case, one would easily postulate that the chappie or lady who wishes to proceed in a right direction would actually turn left and turn right down Lockwood and round Horseshoe and back out that way. Either that, or they proceed all the way down to the roundabout and go round that way. I don't think turning right, and this is why I asked for the minibus to turn right, and coincidentally we were held up, but not for long. That's because there were loads of vehicles coming in and out. There weren't any heavy goods vehicles. But that's why I wanted to see what it was like turning right onto Grange Way. And to my mind, Chair, I think that this is a deficiency in the plan. Coming left, yes, I've heard people saying, approaching from the other end, you turn left into the site. Yes, you could have a slip road installed there. That would make that really easy. But still, you have the problem of turning right when you're coming from the direction of Swinemoor Road. I appreciate that there is plenty of room on the site for cars to park whilst waiting to approach their new beautifully shaped horseshoe of waste receptacles. But how about vehicles backing up as they're coming out, and behind that one person who is insistent upon turning right and will do so whatever, and is holding up everybody behind him? So my view is, Chair, that this plan is not sound in terms of highway access, and that is my main bone of contention. I could go on, reprise Councillor Healy's comments about sites, as I said. I could go on about the countryside, but I'm keeping it very simple, to the point. Unless we can get some form of proper traffic management there, I think that access, or most likely the egress, is probably not appropriate for the site in question. So therefore, Chair, I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittle. Councillor Matheson, you wish to speak next.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a series of questions that have some of which were raised by the speakers earlier. Yes, I've got five questions really. I'd like to go through one at a time. Firstly, we were told that there was a sports field had been applied for on this site and been refused. Well, I looked previously at the planning portal, could find no applications at all for this site. I'm just wondering, officers can
the officers clarify that situation?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That was raised with officers as well, and we did do a search, a very detailed search, and we could find no record of any pre-application inquiry for sports field. I think there were questions in terms of fields further to the east, further towards the Hornsey Road, but we're not aware of any application or pre-application inquiry on that site, not on our records anyway.
Right, thank you. Right, my second question. I'd like a little clarification on the permitted development rights for farmers. Would I be right in thinking that without any change of planning or any applications, that a farmer could put large amounts of concrete on this field and put a barn in and service their farm machinery at all hours of the day and night or anything like that?
Mr. Sumner?
In terms of agricultural development, if it doesn't require planning permission, then it would require prior approval. So they couldn't just go ahead and do those types of works. It would require prior approval, and there are set criteria that you have to comply in terms of the site of the farmstead, for example, and there's different rules on different sizes of farmstead. So without more detail, we couldn't confirm either way, but it would at a minimum require prior approval, if not planning permission.
It's certainly less onerous than this application. Right. We've also heard a lot about the loss of public land. Can I just confirm that this application does not actually lose any public land? It's all private land with footpaths beside it, but the application does create public land. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Sumner?
That's correct. There isn't actually any public rights of way into the site. It's private land. As you can see from the site layout plan, there are paths showing, so that will link the Hudson Way across the site to the public right of way that's in the northeastern corner of the site.
Right, so that would actually increase public amenity in the site. Right. My next question.
Can members not pass information to members of the planning committee, please? So Councillor McMaster, can you give that back?
Yes. Yes, my next question. There's been a lot of questions regarding the sequential test. I'm just wondering, although information has been redacted, as we would expect from any sequential test because of commercial things, we see that for other developments where the applicant is not the council. I'm wanting to know, have forward planning seen the full information? So are there comments based on that full information with nothing redacted?
Mr. Sunderland?
Forward planning have obviously commented on the application, and they've looked at the information that's publicly available on the file, not redacted.
So if we were to vote to refuse this on the grounds of an inadequate sequential test, then we would be contradicting our own experts in that field. Is that correct?
Mr. Sunderland?
Yes, you would be.
Thank you. And also, if this were to go to appeal, which I wouldn't like to think that this authority would take itself to appeal, but if that were the case, would all that full information of a sequential test be available to a planning inspector?
Mr. Sunderland?
You'd have the same information available that's submitted with the application that's publicly available to view.
Right, thank you. Finally, regarding asbestos, there's been an awful lot of comments about the dangers of asbestos. My own experience of that is from taking some asbestos to the Humberfield site on behalf of one of my residents who didn't have a vehicle to move it with. It wasn't the stuff that people used to lag boilers used to have thrown around as snowballs, the very dangerous type. This was a shed, stable stuff, but it had to be double bagged before it could be taken there. And when I got there, the employee put on his hazmat suit and then simply put it in a third bag and put it in a container. Is that the sort of process we're looking at here?
Mr. Sunderland?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Right, so there's no actual generation of any harm from the asbestos?
No.
Right, thank you. I shall reserve any other comments until later.
Thank you, councillor Matheson. Councillor Rudd.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, the site meetings that we had this morning were certainly very helpful, I must say, and as all site meetings usually are. First of all, it's pretty obvious that the wheel site is not should not continue as it is, and definitely a new site be found. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Too small, and the access and so on, vehicle access and so on is not sufficient for the increased population, certainly of Beverley and that area at the present time. I take into consideration the objectors, and I brought some of them here, and not all, by the way. There's not 1,900 and something there, but some of the objections and the others I've read on screen. And I can understand how the objectors feel about this, and I think they've got some extremely valid points. And a particular point that I'm concerned about is is Grange Way and the junction and so on, and the traffic along there. And as Councillor Harold pointed out from a nearby ward, the extra traffic which is generated for Swanmore Lane and other areas of Beverley, and that is important. And I do not feel, and I think Councillor Whittle has also mentioned this. It is quite a dangerous area to come out of onto Grange Way, and I think that before we make a definite decision on this application should be deferred, so that in fact that the highway issue will be looked at, and also probably just revisit, just rethink about the other possible sites within the area, because I think, to be fair, Councillor Healy did make some good points about some of the other possible sites on Groville Road and at Bishop Burton. So I would move deferral of this application to look at one or two of those issues again, and certainly the highway one, most definitely.
Second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McMaster and Councillor Rudd. Just to clarify then, your reasons for deferral, one is to look at addressing the concerns regarding highways. Is that specifically the junction or the wider highways issues as well? Okay. Oh, microphone, Councillor Rudd.
Councillor Harold made some very good points about that. Yes, it is the highway issues beyond there, as it were, Swanmore Lane and so on.
And you're asking the council to carry out further works regarding the sequential tests, looking at another site.
Yes,
is that ideally a brownfield site,
yes,
as Councillor Healy suggested?
As ideally brownfield, yes.
Are officers happy with those reasons for deferral? Thank you, Councillor Rudd. Did you wish to speak on that, Councillor McMaster? You are actually next on my list.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, as people have been bringing up valid points, I've been making notes. So if my notes jump back and forward, forgive me. Just very briefly, I don't agree with, forgive me, I know I'm going to get shot down, but there's a lot of hysteria with cases like this. The noise from the houses across the road is so noisy, they're not going to hear anything from that site, in my opinion. And the fact that it is a beautiful site, there's no doubt about it, but it doesn't belong to the people in the first place. It's agricultural land, and technically walking there is trespassing. So those are not solid arguments for a refusal. However, I do agree that this is in the open countryside and it is a greenfield site. I have major reservations with highways, both outside the entrance and exit from the site and on Swanmore Lane, which I believe will be a major arterial road. I'm struggling to find a legal reason for refusal. However, based on that, I do believe there's work to be done with sequential testing and see if these other sites. I do think there's more work that can be done with the traffic outside the site and on the major artillery roads leading in and out, and hence the reason for my seconding the proposal for a deferral. If I may, just very quickly, on the fly tipping, on the asbestos, if we do not allow asbestos, it will simply be fly tipped in other beautiful green areas and create more problems for local residents. So I don't think we should dig too deep into whether or not that should be allowed on the site. I think that should be a given. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Master. I think it'd be a useful time, since a lot of comments been raised about highways, just to bring in the highways officer for a comment regarding highways concerns.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, the majority of the traffic will all be on the network, which is taking household waste to the wheel site. So we do appreciate that there will be an increase in vehicular traffic because this site can process more tonnage per year.
Excuse me, Chairman, if I may, we can't hardly hear you at the back here. If you could possibly speak up, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Lean forward a bit, Mr.
Yeah. You have to remember that the traffic is already on the network as it's taking the existing rubbish to the existing tip at wheel. We've had the road safety audit, the transport assessment independently audited, and it's been found to be a robust statement. The traffic figures are being devised all from the usage at the wheel site already. We've had a stage 1 safety audit done on the access road and the access. All the points that have been raised in the safety audit have either been addressed or will be addressed at design detail. At that point, we will have a stage 2 safety audit on the detail design, where further improvements could be made or changes could be made. And if the development is built, there will be a stage 3 safety audit at a set period of time after the development is open to assess the impact of the traffic on it.
So to clarify, the proposed traffic highways changes could actually be enhanced over time if those other 2 assessments find additional issue.
Yes, at detail design stage, which would be the next stage if we're given approval today, and a stage 3 safety audit once the site is operational.
Thank you. Councillor Coulter, you should speak next.
Thank you, Chairman. And like some colleagues, I'm going to have to apologise to members of the committee and members of the public. My speech won't be as eloquent as Councillor Healy's because I've kept an open mind before this committee and didn't print something off at home predetermining the application. So apologies for that. I've taken notes throughout the meeting though, and I've given due diligence to officers in the pack, and I've also listened to objectors and councillors wishing to speak today, and that's how I'll make up my mind today, because that's how I think planning committees should be conducted, Chairman. I do actually, as it happens though, Chairman, agree with some of Councillor Healy's points. I do have objections about this site and reservations, particularly with regards to Councillor Rudd and Councillor Whittle's points around highways and sequential testing. So I'd like to offer my support to that motion. Should it happen, I'll vote in favour of that motion, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coultish. Councillor Tucker.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. If I may, Chairman, through you, I'd like to ask our highways officer, Mr. Fossey, a question. One of my concerns today when I stood on that footbridge, and if you recall, Chairman, I was taking photographs because it concerned me that much on my mobile phone, and I wanted to be absolutely right. If traffic is coming down the road and it wants to filters and goes into the filter lane to turn into the entrance of where the site proposed is going to be, if that filter lane is full, how does traffic coming out of that turn right?
Mr. Forsey.
There are several other right turn holding lane junctions along Grange Road, all work successfully. Generally, if there's a queue of traffic waiting to turn right, and there's a gap in the traffic heading, you would expect the person at the front of the queue to maybe let a person out to turn right. But there are no problems in highway safety terms. No.
Let's just keep the noise down and let the committee continue to do its job. Mr. Forsey.
There are no highway safety issues associated with the right turn holding lanes along Grange Road.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Foster, for that. I mean, you know, it's not my role as a councillor particularly to supersede the knowledge and the guidance given by our officers. However, I have a different slant on that. One of the things that was very evident when Councillor Harold was speaking today was how traffic can back up down that road and onto Swinemore Lane. I myself, and I think Councillor Healy spoke about that, and Councillor Johnston as well, that traffic can actually back up. Now, one of my concerns with this application is, after doing the site visit today, we can just compound that problem, especially if traffic starts stacking up on that road. So I also went, as Councillor Coulson said, with a very open mind today because I've got mixed views on this. I think the residents of Beverley need very much an up-to-date modern recycling centre. But when I stood on that lane, listening to the birds singing, looking on the people walking the dogs, looking on the open field, I just felt it's the wrong place. It's just in the wrong place. What I would like to do is urge our officers to go back, maybe relook at this, look at some alternative sites, because the residents deserve better. They deserve a site, you know, somewhere else, so we can continue the good work we're doing. But I just think the highways isn't there. I think this is an accident where it's happened. I think, as Councillor Rudd said earlier, and I think it's in the wrong place. And I think it's out of keeping with the open countryside. And, you know, I'm not going to mention the level 2s and 3 flood zones, because, you know, I've read the MPPF and I know what that says about putting recycling sites and open countryside. But in my opinion, Chairman, it's just in the wrong place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker. Councillor Dewhurst.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this quite short because Councillor Tucker has basically said everything I was going to say. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, an awful lot of what I was going to bring up has already been mentioned. So I, like everyone here on the committee, absolutely understand the concerns of residents. I know sometimes it feels as though they're not being listened to, but believe me, we listen to everything you say. We do take it into consideration. We just have certain rules to follow. And sometimes you might not like the fact we have to follow rules, but we have a statutory duty to do that. And sometimes that falls in the out of favour with people's own views. In this particular case, there are a number of concerns that I have brought up to. I fully accept a number of valuable points that Councillor Healy brought up in his very long discussion, but a very valuable discussion too, because he brought up a number of points that we could all listen to and find appropriate. Councillor Whittle, Councillor Rudd, or in fact all of the councillors that have spoken have all brought up some very valuable points. I do agree. I am very minded at the moment, which is most unlike me, to not to agree with this particular application on many grounds. Greenfield sites, I sometimes get concerned about this fascination with greenfield sites. Every single building we have in Beverley was built on a greenfield site initially. So greenfield sites are greenfield sites. We're going to have to build on them sometime, unfortunately, because we keep on expanding the population. We do need to put this somewhere, but is this the right place? And I am absolutely right down the middle right now. I am minded not to, but the problems I have is that I absolutely agree that our expert on highways has told us that it's fine. But I, like everyone else, stood on the bridge at that site and looked and thought, this is not good. Likewise, I've driven down that road a number of times myself. Once I orientated myself where I was, and I have seen that the traffic is appalling at times down there. And so I was very comforted by our highways officer, who told me that we would do more and more surveys to actually improve that should we find issues as we go along. So where does that leave me? Well, that leaves me at the moment with, I actually agree with Councillor Rudd. I think it would be better, rather than us to either approve or refuse it, to actually just defer it and get more information so we can make a more appropriate view. And so I am going to support deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Do any of the members wish to speak on this application? Oh, Councillor Dewhurst.
Just a quick question. If we are to defer this, could we ask Highways to look at the possibility of a Lockwood Road roundabout and then access to the site from there? I know it would be thrown out on grounds of cost, but it's might solve another problem.
I think Councillor Rudd's proposal includes looking at generally highways improvements, so we shouldn't really try and restrict highways in that such, because other measures maybe work even better. But I think if we see a solid highways plan, that's what Councillor Rudd and Councillor McMaster are wanting for, unless of course either of them would like to add that to their motion.
I would expect that will be looked at.
Councillor Healy or Davison, who wants to come in first?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I scribbled a few notes on here. Didn't prepare anything, having received 2,000 objections. Just to say, I think the important points are the site selection as against sites that appear to have been missed opportunities. It must have been 3 or 4 years. I think Councillor Harold mentioned the fact that 3 or 4 years ago there was talk about a new site, and the wheel site needs replacing. And I just feel that in the last 3 or 4 years there are some sites which have come up on the market, if you like, and have been missed opportunities. So I think that is an area which can be looked at again. I think the intrusion into the recreational area, I know it's not directly into the public recreational area, but I personally don't walk very often around the Humberfield quarry site, although there is a walkway just behind it, but it's not attractive to walk around there. It doesn't feel like this is open countryside anymore. Right turns. There's been a lot of talk about right turns. I think just in concluding and in just seconding Councillor Healy's motion that this isn't the right turn at all. It's the wrong turn, and I think we ought to have another look at this in the need of a replacement for wheel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Healy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to stand by the original motion, and because it has been said by Councillor Wilkinson and Councillor Tucker and by others, I think, that this is not the right place. Now, I absolutely support revisiting the sequential test, but with this site excluded, because this site is not the right place. I'm going to go over it and again, I won't do that. We've all made the reasons. This site is patently unsuitable. So I appreciate the sentiment behind deferring in order to get the sequential test correct and re-look at these other sites. But let's do it by excluding this site. And the way we do that is by refusing this planning application. Officers then go back to the drawing board with this site off the agenda and start afresh with the other ones. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think I'll just bring in officers to clarify the situation regarding the sequential tests, especially the comments that it was not done correctly.
Yeah, well, as Councillor Healy identified, the requirement in policy W4 is to a first priority to brownfield sites within the development limits, within the built area of Beverley. And then if there are identified to be no appropriate brownfield sites, you can then look at greenfield sites and then greenfield sites beyond the development limits of Beverley. So I think that the point that Councillor Healy has made is that clearly there are a number of the brownfield sites that are listed in paragraph 7.14 through to 7.21 that Councillor Healy feels haven't been properly discounted. And those, I think, in particular were the 3 sites on Grove Hill Road, plus the park and ride site. Now, the park and ride site is clearly not brownfield, but it is within the built form of Beverley, or it will be in the current local plan. So I don't think Councillor Healy is suggesting that some of those other sites, such as the Longcroft School should be considered, but clearly there are sites that you identified in your speech that you feel
Site
are worthy of more
22 as well,
consideration.
Mr. Hunt, the Killingwall
Graves as well, yeah. And the point you made there in terms of clarifying with the landholder what his or her intentions are. So as far as that is concerned, Chair, if members feel that sequential approach hasn't been properly followed, then that would be a legitimate reason for either deferral or refusal for further consideration.
Thank you. Do any of the members wish to speak on this application? No? Well, I think we all agree that the site at Wheel, I'd never been before until my site visit this morning, absolutely needs replacing. And I believe it's not 3 years it's been needing replacing, Councillor Davidson. I think it's actually was identified 20 years ago to need replacing. And as we saw on the site visit, it definitely does. I think just putting aside the specific area this site is proposed in currently, I think that the actual facility the council's proposing is a really good facility. You know, it will help us dispose of our waste responsibly and sustainably, which is a key policy of, I think every member of this council supports that policy. And I think the enhancements to the environment proposed, such as the 6,000 square metres of new woodland, the new hedgerows, the new wildflower meadow, to me, I don't see an issue with this application on environmental grounds here. I think actually what is proposed would be far more beneficial to the local ecology and biodiversity than the current green field. However, I do agree with Councillor Rudd's point and others about highways. Looking at, as others have said, from the bridge, it's pretty clear to me, though I'm not a highways engineer, pretty clear to me, it is not an easy junction to turn right on. And I would like to see a plan, a solid plan. I completely take on board that there'll be future surveys, etc., done to look at enhancing that facility under the current plans. But I think as I often do, would like to see something more definite and solid proposed as part of the application before I can support it. I'd also absolutely support the move to try and find a suitable brownfield site, because we all don't like to see our countryside industrialised and would much rather see facilities built on brownfield sites. However, saying that, as far as I'm aware, a great deal of these sites are already in the open countryside. I know the two in my ward definitely are. So I don't think in principle it's necessarily a complete no to have one of these sites in the open countryside, as long as other facilities like access and highways are acceptable. So I'll be supporting Councillor Rudd and Councillor McMaster's move for deferral on those two grounds, because whilst I think the application is a big positive for the East Riding, I think we need to make sure it's absolutely right before it gets approved. And of course, if it's not absolutely right, then it won't be approved. So we have two motions on the table, but I believe we need to take the deferral first, as it's an amendment to the original motion for refusal. So we have, proposed by Councillor Rudd and seconded by Councillor McMaster, a motion to defer this application to seek further highways enhancements and address the concerns raised by highways, and to also look at the sequential tests again to see if we can find a better, more suitable brownfield site. Is that correct, Councillors Rudd and McMaster? Yeah, both nodding their heads. Have you got that? So all members in favour of that proposal, please raise your hand.
9, Chairman.
All those against?
2, Chairman.
That motion
2,
is
Chairman.
therefore carried. So the application is deferred for those aspects to be looked at again.
Chairman, that actually becomes the substantive.
Oh,
motion,
sorry, yes. No, we have to do
because
that.
potentially
Yes.
further amendments could be moved.
Yes, my
to the
apologies.
proposals.
Well, that then moves to the substantive motion. So does anyone wish to, Councillor Rudd, your Councillor Rudd's posing again, Councillor Master, you seconding
I'll
again.
second again. Thank you.
Any further comments at this point? No? In which case we'll take the vote on that again as a substantive motion. All those in favour?
Of deferral.
Of deferral.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Chairman.
All those against? Any
None, Chairman.
abstentions?
1 abstention, Chairman.
That is therefore carried and the application is deferred for those two issues to be looked at and hopefully resolved. Thank you, members, for your detailed debate on that item. We'll just now adjourn the meeting shortly so that the members of the public and anyone else, except for committee members, you're trapped here, who wishes to leave can. If members would like to go get refreshments, we'll re-adjourn when you're back. Don't be too long though. Right, members, we'll reconvene the meeting. Our next application is item 5, which is pages 61 to 122 of our report. Can I have the officer's update, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. This is a full application for the erection of a 429 space car park situated adjacent to Bridlington Town Centre and within the Bridlington Quay Conservation Area. The report before you is a balanced recommendation. Section 72 of the Planning Act requires special attention to be paid to preserving and enhancing the character of the conservation area. And whilst the NPBF requires that when considering the impact of proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. Any harm should require clear and convincing justification. Where a development proposal would lead to less than substantial harm to the significance, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. In this case, the harm to the conservation area is considered to be limited, as set out in the report before you, and is less than substantial. This harm must be weighed against the public benefits, in which, in this case, amount to the provision of a car park which will support the economic and social role of Bridlington, the lack of alternative sites for such a facility, and a proposal to further open up the gypsy race, and overall to achieve key aims of the Bridlington Area Action Plan. In officer's opinion, these benefits weigh in favour of the scheme and outweigh the identified harm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chatfield. We have 2 speakers for this application. The first is a Mr. Windress, who is the agent for the applicant and joins into the chamber. You have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views on the application, and Mr. Wiley here will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. The time starts when you start speaking. If you just press the little button in front of you, it'll turn on your microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, certainly hope to not need that amount of time and don't intend to repeat the content of what is clearly a well-balanced and comprehensive report that's just been summarised. Just like to highlight a few key points relating to the application. This one was an application that followed the identification of the need for a new public car park in Bridlington through the Town Centre AAP. The scheme presented today has been developed over a number of years to allow detailed input from local councillors and residents, in addition to those from the planning and conservation officers and the various technical consultees that are referenced in the report. This ensures the development presented today will deliver a policy compliance scheme that responds to the needs of the local community and Bridlington on the whole. The scheme delivers a well thought out layout and design that, with the significant technical constraints, has developed into an excellent scheme that will not only provide the necessary parking and associated economic benefits to the town, but also deliver an attractive and eye-catching building that will preserve the character and setting of nearby heritage assets. Furthermore, the proposal will reduce congestion and help remove traffic from the town centre. The new pedestrian access on Sawmill Yard will enhance this point of connectivity to and from the retail quarter, whilst the new landscaping will complement that provided at the nearby Pocket Park on the opposite side of Beck Hill. In addition, enhancements to the realigned gypsy race will significantly improve the engagement the public can have with this feature that is currently largely hidden and unkempt. The officer report acknowledges the historic England view that when considering the proposals against heritage policies in the MPPF, the impact is defined as causing less than substantial harm. As required by the policy, this has been assessed in the context of the public benefits delivered by the proposals, and these have been concluded to outweigh any harm to the local heritage assets. The scheme is supported by the Town Council, and during the previous public consultation event, received widespread support from local residents and businesses. In conclusion, this is a proposal that responds well to the identified need and has been subject to a detailed assessments, engagements and revisions to ensure the scheme presented today wholly complies with policy and the requirements of the town. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Windress. Our second speaker on this application is a local Bridlington councillor, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Copsey, you 2 have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views, and Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for giving me the opportunity to speak in favour of the multi-storey car park project in Bridlington. This car park represents a springboard for Bridlington local economy, especially the town centre. Its location could not be more central, and it is a brownfield site. as you can probably see from those slides. The structure will be built into the hill and will not tower above adjacent properties, again, as you can see from the slides. It will reduce traffic from cars circling the congested town centre looking for parking spaces close to the shops and banks. It will encourage investment from bigger high street chains who have been reluctant to come in the past due to the lack of parking facilities. Much needed and urgently required parking for concerts at the Spa and events on the South Beach and promenades. It could not be more central for the harbour, shops, banks, the beaches and promenades. Being multi-storey, the footprint will be small, but still provide 429 spaces. The car park, when built, will be the closest to the town centre and the largest provision in the town centre. It has been promoted with good support from the Lord Fifes, the Lord of the Manors, for those who aren't familiar with the Lord Fifes. There is a widespread local support for the scheme, including harbour users such as angling boats and the Yorkshire Belle pleasure steamer. The design has been amended to reassure the Environment Agency in respect to flood risk issues. If approved, it is hoped work will commence on the site this year. There are no traffic issues. In fact, by providing car parking, it will reduce traffic, which in turn reduces pollution. I'm sure Geraldine will appreciate that one. And members, finally, I implore you to give this much needed facility the green light it rightly deserves. Thank you in anticipation of your wisdom.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Just turn your microphone off. Thank you. That's all our speakers on this application. So I'll now open it up to the floor for members and the debate. I have Councillor McMaster wishing to come in first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's already all been said. This, in my opinion, is an excellent application. I think it's well needed and I will very definitely be supporting this one. Thank you.
Are you proposing a motion, Councillor Max?
I do apologise. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Propose approval.
Propose approval.
And Councillor Wilkinson, you're next on my list.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I too absolutely agree that this is an excellent application, and I think unbelievably it's needed for the local area. Having spent my early life as going to Bridlington as my holidays, it's one thing. Even then, it was a problem with parking, and it is desperately a problem now. However, as there always is one. Just one thing is the development proposes that it will have a total of 429 spaces. Of those 429 spaces, only 6 are vehicle charging points. That represents 1.4% of what we've got available, as opposed to 12.5% on sales. Right now, in numbers of cars that are sold, 12.5% are electric. Why aren't we matching what the general population are buying? We should be looking at least 6 times that level, and we should be looking at 18 to 20 electric parking points if we are to match what's being sold now, let alone what's going to be sold in the future, which is only going to increase. We need to look at green agendas. We need to move forward. We need to understand that more and more people are going to be buying electric cars, and we need more. This is a council-owned one. We should be setting the example. On top of that, I, as a motorcyclist myself, and who goes to the coast, I am stunned that there's only 8 motorcycle bays. We know that every single summer the place is inundated with motorcycles, and they just have to park anywhere. They cause issues by parking anywhere, motorcycles. We need more motorcycling places as well. So whilst I sound as though I'm moaning, I'm not. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to do this, but it is a council multi-storey car park. We need to be the one who sets examples on this, and we need to be moving forward with it and showing that we can do things like this. So I would ask, the proposal is that we do move forward with it, but we relook at the numbers on what we're doing with electric power points and also with motorcycle parking bays. They can easily be put in because they're much smaller. Thank you.
I'll just ask Mr. Chatfield, do you have any comments regarding the number of EV and motorcycle bays?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the actual number of EV points, again, from a planning point of view, it wasn't a reason that we could necessarily refuse the scheme or knock it back on that basis. But certainly as members, your points will be taken on board very much, by the developer. I think in this case, it's probably reasonable to put an informative on to say that the members of the planning committee will be looking for a significant greater number of EV and motorcycles spaces to be provided within the car park. And again, that will then be listened to by the developer on, because it'd be a note on that decision.
Would you be happy with that, Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes, I would. I'm sure that we will look forward to trying to impress everybody with our future thinking.
And so are you seconding Councillor McMaster's proposal for approval subject to that additional informative?
Yes, thank you.
And Councillor Master, are you happy with that additional informative?
Very much so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dewhurst.
Thank you, Chairman. As a neighbouring ward councillor to Bridlington, I'm absolutely delighted with this proposal. It's quite a contrast to the previous debate. This is a much needed facility in exactly the right place. We all know the parking challenges in Bridlington, particularly in the summer, and this is an ideal situation. Set back from the seafront, it's a brownfield site. Clearly, the public and economic benefit outweighs the concerns about the conservation area, and I'm delighted to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I agree that that car parking is desperately needed in Bridlington, and this is part of a long-standing plan in that direction. I do, however, have some issues. Condition 22, I would like a slight change to the wording on that. And I have to admit, I do agree with Historic England and our conservation officers in their comments that the heritage side of this does need to be taken more into consideration. As Historic England pointed out, that this is available as a brownfield site because of earlier permissions that involved destroying parts of the local heritage, historic buildings, to create this opportunity. And therefore that heritage of the gypsy race and its central part in the development of the town, that story still needs to be told, and the relationship to the other aspects of things. Condition 22 seems to think that they can get away with that just by putting up some information boards. I've read the applicant's statements on heritage, and information boards in public areas are very rarely read. What I would like that condition to say is to refer to details of a scheme of interpretation, which then broadens the range of options to do something other than simply panels that might be ignored. As Councillor Wilkinson said, as the council, we need to set an example, and there is plenty of good practice in other parts of the country. The Association for Heritage Interpretation now has their best practice guide number 15 for interpretation in public realm. Is free as a download. Any architect can look at that, download it. I suggest they read it. It'll list all the different factors to be considered, and that may impact on the facings of the building, on all sorts of other factors. So I would hope that once the design process has gone through to meet that condition, that if there's any amendments, that they will come forward as appropriate. But this is that thing where we need to set the example, not just slap up another panel and think, tick that box. Bridlington is worth it. We've spent an awful lot of money there. Let's do the job properly. But apart from that, yes, I do support the application.
Thank you, Councillor Matheson. In terms of planning policy, are officers happy that meets planning policy, the amendment to that condition?
Absolutely, Chair.
And Councillors McMaster and Wilkinson as a proposer and second are happy to accept that amendment to their original motion.
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to withdraw because basically what I was going to say is being said, and I just don't want to repeat for listening to my own voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whittle.
Thank you, Chair. Likewise.
Councillor Coultish.
Thank you, Chairman. Growing up in a modest family in Gull, holidays in Barbados every year was what we looked forward to. So I do know the area quite well. It's become clear though since I was elected that as a member of Gull, The issues in Goole, the strategic issues and the challenges they face around deprivation and regenerating the local economy are not that dissimilar from the issues and challenges Bridlington faces. We've been lucky in Goole to have support of the East Riding in recognising a plan and the council enacting a plan for that regeneration and setting out ways that can help it achieve that regeneration. And it seems to me, Chairman, from looking at this planning application, that this is the exact kind of project that will help Bridlington achieve its goal of regeneration as well. And I think it's in the right place and it's a good scheme. It helps that it's had, as Councillor Copsey said, quite a lot of public support, and therefore I support it, Chairman, in line with what the proposer and seconder proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coultish. Councillor Heath.
Yes, Chair, I support this. I think a very valid point by Councillor Wilkinson on the charging points. I noticed yesterday the government had said that by 2024 they expect motor manufacturers to be selling 20% of their vehicles as electric. 6% does seem a little bit low, and of course we know that petrol, diesel vehicles will be phased out completely by 2030. I don't know whether it's when we're talking to the developers about more than just sort of encouraging them to do more, whether we can sort of say, you know, that 20% is a logical starting point to aim for. And the other point was just to make, it's proposed the application be deferred to consult with and determine if Historic England intends to request that it's determined by the Secretary of State. I hope that Historic England aren't going to be able to kind of slow this thing down a little bit. And I mean, if they're going to question it, then, you know, let them get on and question it. But I think it is important that this council and officers and councillors have said that we want to move ahead with this. I don't think we want a situation where actually we get stymied in a situation where we're still waiting and they haven't actually gone and made their minds up. Thank you.
Mr. Chatfield, can you answer the questions about EVs and also Historic England?
Yes, certainly. In terms of the EV charge, I don't understand the point that Councillor Healy is making. I mean, if members were obviously, you know, that is an area of concern. What we could do is strengthen that position, impose a condition, and wording similar to be electric vehicle charging to be provided in accordance with the scheme to be agreed. And then that can be agreed, but obviously, you know, we'll be looking for a substantial increase over the number which is proposed on that. So again, that will give members a much stronger hand rather than an informative with regard to that. In terms of Historic England's comments, the scheme, as you'll see before, is for deferral, for the scheme to be referred back to Historic England, and they have ability then to refer the scheme to the Secretary of State if they so wish. In this case, I think the officers have done a very good analysis. We've assessed the scheme in accordance with the required legislation. We've assessed the level of harm. We've taken special regard to the character and appearance of the conservation in this part, and we've applied the correct weighting with regard to the policies, and then weighed in the balance of in this case, substantial public benefit which would accrue from this in terms of, as you said before, the economic improvements to Bridlington, the improvements to the gypsy race, and to achieve quite a large number of the aspirations of the Bridlington Area Action Plan. So we feel we're very much happy with the recommendation, but because of Historic England's comments, it has to be referred back to them. Thank you, Chair.
I think that Councillor Healy's point around electric vehicle charges was, can we condition a specific percentage of bays?
Yeah, I mean, you were suggesting that we'd have conversations with them and to say that we'd like to get more. The question really is, should we be conditioning it? And if we did condition it, should we be looking at 2024, 20%, which is what the government's target is?
It is entirely with the members' gift to add to look at that figure. So if members feel that 20% would be a reasonable figure, then that wouldn't be an unreasonable figure with regard to that.
Would members, are you proposing that we add a condition of 20%?
Yeah, I'd like to throw it up to members. I mean, I don't want to slow the application down, but I think it would be useful, even if we don't condition it, to sort of say to the developer that this is kind of where we're going with it. You know, that I don't want to be too prescriptive over it, but I think we should send some sort of message to say that we expect a particular figure.
I think the other thing is that when we actually condition specific things like that, where we could potentially be limiting what actually could come forward, because the council could look at putting more than 20%. So it is within the council's policy to expand EV charges. So personally, I'm happy with the informative that was originally proposed to just look, we as a committee would like to see additional EV charges. And of course, as a council, it's our policy anyway to increase the number county-wide. Councillor Coultish.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I agree with you. My issue with kind of a number like 20% is, in my view, that basically says 20% of Bridlington residents can afford an electric car and only they can park in X spots. And that would be my issue with that, Chairman.
Yeah, I think in this situation, a little bit of flexibility is the most sensible option. So our members generally happy to stick with the informative that was originally proposed. I'm seeing nodding heads. That any more speakers on this application? Councillor McMaster.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know we've agreed something else. I just wanted to say 10% is 43 and obviously 20% is 86. And unless they can be used for regular cars, taking 86 parkings out of this is just astronomical. So I think it's 20% is too high.
Yeah, I think the whole situation with electric vehicles is an ongoing one, which the council's been very proactive in monitoring and looking at how we can offer facilities for generally. I mean, I think it's all been said really. This application is, I think, will unlock the economic potential of Bridlington even further, in particular the town centre, which sadly over historic period has been a bit challenged. But I think this will really help to support local businesses and, as Councillor Copley said in his speech, hopefully attract some bigger firms to support the high street in Bridlington again. And I understand the concerns of Heritage England and our conservation team, but I do think, knowing the site, it's not a particularly attractive site currently, and I believe the economic and social benefits, because of course the enhancement to the gypsy race area will absolutely outweigh any minor damage to the conservation area. I see Councillor Matheson squinting at me, but no, I think it's a really good application that will benefit Bridlington in the long term. So I'll be supporting the application. I believe the additional condition from Councillor Matheson and the informative from Councillor Wilkinson is a good addition to the application. So we have a motion on the table proposed by Councillor McMaster and seconded by Councillor Wilkinson for approval of the application with the additional condition of alteration of condition 22 for a scheme of heritage interpretation. I can't read my own handwriting. And also for the informative regarding an increased number of electric vehicle charging points and motorbike spaces. Yes. So in which case we'll go straight to the vote on that application. All members in favour? Have that motion, sorry.
That's everyone, Chairman.
That's therefore carried unanimously. We'll now move on to our next application. Well, application item 6. The situation here is because we have 10 applications relating to the same site, which are all reasonably similar in nature, rather than us all sit here and listen to 10 separate speeches, and I have to say you have 5 minutes to speak with 30 seconds left any more times than we've already said that today. It's been pre-agreed with the applicant and objectors that each side would have 15 minutes to speak on all 10 applications at the start of us going through this list of items on this site. 11, sorry. So we're all happy with that. That's all in line with what's been agreed.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah. So we first of all have a Miss Haslop, who is, oh, sorry, yes, officer's update, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's probably just worth stating that obviously the Transwaste site benefited from planning permission in 2006 as a waste transfer facility, and since then it's had several permissions for additional buildings, extensions and uses on the site, which is why we have come forward with the 11 planning applications before us for variation of condition to allow 24-hour working on site. Since the committee report was issued, a further strong objection has been received from North Ferriby Parish Council. In summary, the objection highlighted that northern boundary acoustic fence that's been recently provided on site should be double-sided, and reaffirmed that a 5-metre high acoustic fence should be erected on the eastern site boundary. After nearly 3 years of complaints, Public Protection have only recently reached agreement for noise monitoring equipment to be placed in local residents' homes, and it's too early to make assumptions that there are concerns that weather conditions may have screened out some of the noise when it was recorded. Several of the industrial buildings currently have gaps, holes in them, in addition to doors previously being left open, and the above recommendation regarding damaged buildings appears to have been conveniently omitted from planning conditions. North Ferby Parish Council requests residents and local businesses are protected from the noise and odor emitting from this site, and that each riding of council officers be seen to be working with the Environment Agency rather than appearing to ignore them. If approved, a 5 metre high acoustic fence and gates must be installed the full length of the eastern boundary, and operations must be conditioned to take place intact, fully enclosed buildings only. 2 additional third-party members of the public objections have also been received, so that gives a total of 18 objections in total. The grounds of objection raised are already covered in the committee reports. Currently, all 11 planning applications restrict opening hours at the application site for sales and deliveries by planning condition till 6 in the morning till 6 on an evening, Monday to Friday, 6 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon on Saturdays, 8:30 till 3 on Sundays and bank holidays, unless otherwise agreed in writing with the local planning authority, with essential repairs and maintenance of plant and equipment on site permitted outside of those hours until 8 in the evening. No delivery shall be accepted to leave the site outside of these hours. So if approved, the site will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, operational deliveries and dispatches from the site by HGV will still be restricted by planning condition to the existing restricted hours by amending the wording of those conditions. Only waste processing internally within buildings on site will take place in the extended hours, with no external operations, including the operation of vehicles, plant, or machinery. The extended hours cannot be used until working doors have been provided to the buildings where extended hours are taking place and thereafter retained. When the buildings are being used, doors must be closed at all times, other than to gain access and egress to the building, secured by necessary planning conditions. Officers have chased Network Rail for an update to their comments, but a response has not been received. And it's worth bearing in mind that all 11 applications for 24-hour working are not to increase the amount of waste processed at the site. So therefore, there'll be no additional impact to level crossing on Gibson Lane South. Public Protection have tried to investigate the noise complaints raised by members of the public for the last few years, but local residents were not willing to have noise monitoring equipment installed in their homes. However, this situation has recently changed, with one resident agreeing. Noise has been recorded on an evening, but at this stage, it's not clear where the noise is from. The noise was audible with the window opening, but it was only recorded on one evening. Public Protection will continue to investigate noise complaints as they are received. With regards to this application, Public Protection have not raised any objections and confirmed if the conditions recommended are attached and adhered to or enforced otherwise, the operation can be conducted in a manner which should not cause adverse impact to residential amenity. The Council's planning enforcement team and the Council's legal team have considered additional conditions suggested in the committee report. So in the case of the first application reference 21/03247 CM, conditions 16, 17 and 18 recommended amended wording as follows. So on the other applications, those conditions are included, but the numbers are slightly different depending on the conditions that are put forward in those applications. So the wording of the first condition would be: buildings shall not be used between the hours of 8 in the evening till 6 in the morning, Monday to Friday, 6 in the morning till or on a Saturday, or 8:30 till 3 on Sundays, until working doors have been provided, and the doors must thereafter be retained. There shall be no waste processing activities or movement of materials produced between the hours of 6 in the evening and 6 in the morning, Monday to Friday, 6 to 4 on Saturdays, and 8:30 till 3 on Sundays and bank holidays, other than within buildings. And when the buildings are being used, doors must be closed at all times, other than to gain access or egress to the building. There shall be no external operations, including operation of vehicles, plant and machinery, undertaken between the hours of 6 in the evening till 6 in the morning, Monday to Friday, 6 till 4 hours on a Saturday, or 8:30 till 3 on Sunday and bank holidays. And there shall be no sales, collections, or deliveries to the site outside the hours between 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening, Monday to Friday, 6 till 4 on a Saturday, and 8:30 till 3 Sundays and bank holidays. That's the update, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Summan. We have 3 speakers on this application. First is a Ms. Haslop, who is an objector and joins us in the chamber. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Sorry, 15 minutes, say it that many times. 15 minutes to address the committee with your views on the application. And Mr. Wiley here will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. The time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you. I'm here today to object to all 11 of the 24-hour planning applications for Transwaste. As a resident of North Ferriby, I have frequently complained about nighttime noise, and last week I had a noise meter installed in my house to take evidence of this. Whilst I only took readings during one evening, I know that a persistent hum was recorded. I live in a quiet place, and I have had visitors stay with me remark on how quiet it is at night, but that is not always the case. During the summer months when the weather is warm, the activities of Transwaste impact on our enjoyment of our home, and this must be stopped. This committee has previously agreed that the amenity of residents must be protected from the operation of this site, and the planning inspector agreed with that as well. The planning inspector, however, went one step further and said that he does not agree with securing noise mitigation by condition. And yet that is exactly what officers are suggesting you do. As long as the doors are kept shut, and as long as there's no activity in the yard, like scraping or dropping skips, then this operation can be permitted through the night. Well, who's going to enforce that? The truth is, no one. In fact, the planning inspector also said that conditions such as these put, and I quote, an unreasonable burden on local residents to report breaches. But by approving these applications today, that is exactly what you will be signing all the residents in the local area up to, and it's just not fair. Transwaste are perfectly capable of repairing their buildings and fitting doors to openings where there are none, but they choose not to, and neither do the conditions in this report require them to repair these defects. East Riding Council should act and force Transwaste to take responsibility for the pollution from their site. Instead, Transwaste profits are prioritised above my right to peacefully enjoy my home. In urging you to refuse these 11 applications, I would like to remind you of one final comment from the planning inspector's report when he refused the 24-hour working. People still have to live in reasonably close proximity to the site, and in my view, the effects on their lives through the possibility of disturbed rest could be far-reaching and long-lasting. You cannot today assure yourselves that this position has changed since he wrote this comment in 2019. I therefore ask you to refuse these applications and to stop the 24-hour working that is taking place today and has done so for many years until the site is in a condition which prevents any impact on residential amenity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Piercy, who is the agent for the applicant, and I believe also joins us in the chamber. You two have 15 minutes to address the committee with your views on the application. Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time will start once you start speaking.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here today as agent in place of the planning agent who has been looking after these applications, Dan Grayson. Unfortunately, due to illness in his family, he's not able to attend today. So I've come in his place. I have some notes here which he's given me. I've been the architect on various sites at Gibson Lane for the last 5 or 6 years. So I'm very familiar with all the buildings and the processes. I'm here today speaking on behalf of my client, Transwaste, in relation to the 11 applications relating to the Transwaste site on Gibson Lane in Melton, which are before you today. As described by your planning officer, these 11 applications together seek consent to amend the relevant planning permissions relating to the operating hours of this existing Transwaste transfer station on Gibson Lane in Melton. Since this proposal was last before this committee, an acoustic barrier along the northern boundary of the Transwaste site has been completed. In addition, additional soundproofing
and upgrading of the doors to the buildings within which is processed has also been undertaken. Since the Transwaste site received planning consent in 2005, the operation has expanded significantly and is now one of the largest waste transfer stations in the Yorkshire and Humberside region. It processes and recycles much of the domestic waste generated by the residents of East Riding and therefore provides an essential public service which we could not do without. The existing Environment Agency permit relating to the site also allows the processing of up to 750,000 tonnes of waste per annum, but in practice, the site currently processes around 2/3 of this tonnage. This application does not relate to or otherwise seek any increase in these currently permitted volumes of waste processed on the site. Existing permitted activities taking place within the Transwaste site include accepting waste, the manual and mechanized sorting of waste, the separation of recyclable waste, and the production of recycled aggregate. A key element of this is the removal and responsible processes of organic waste which arrives as contamination within the recyclable waste stream. The applications to amend the 11 existing consents relevant to operating hours at the Transwaste site have been made to provide increased operational flexibility within the site. The applications are not related to any plans to increase the quantities of waste that are being imported onto the site, nor to amend the existing restrictions on the timing of deliveries to and from the site. These would continue as presently permitted and would be controlled by conditions attached to the amended consents. Basically, consent is sought to allow the 24-hour processing of waste within the existing buildings on the site and preventing any need to store unprocessed waste overnight during non-operational hours. Currently, operational hours within the site are curtailed by the wording of the existing conditions applied to the various consents for which the amendments are now sought. The proposed amendment of the relevant consents would enhance the operational efficiency of the site by reducing current necessity of storing black bin and other organic wastes prior to their processing. Reducing the requirement for the storage of such waste by allowing 24/7 site operation within the existing buildings on the site would reduce potential issues relating to odour and dust by allowing the immediate processing of such waste on delivery to the site, arresting decay and preventing potential odour. At the moment, if waste is delivered at the end of the day, it cannot be processed until the following morning, which is undesirable as it can result on odour issues. It is also relevant that the majority of the other existing businesses on the Melton estate, including the new Amazon developments, already operate on a 24/7 basis and are not restricted by planning conditions restricting their operational hours, which include vehicle movements. The amendments of the current planning consent which is sought would therefore align the operational hours of the Transwaste site with these neighbouring uses, albeit with the current restrictions in the timing of waste deliveries to the site remaining exactly as they are now. No objection to the proposal has been made by your own public protection teams and highway control team, or by the Environment Agency who regulate and monitor the site, although public protection previously requested the construction of the acoustic barrier along the northern boundary of the site, which is now in situ. No specific concerns have been raised with regard to air quality emissions or land contamination. I would also ask members to note that some trial periods of 24 hours operating have been undertaken in parallel with on and off site monitoring by both your public protection team and the Environment Agency. This resulted in no material increase or increasing noise levels from within the site and no potential effects on the local amenity. Should any members of the committee have any concerns regarding the ongoing regulation of the site and associated vehicle movements, noise and odour, I would like to reiterate that these are all very heavily regulated by the Environment Agency and would continue to be controlled through the existing and amended planning conditions which relate to the site. Furthermore, my client undertakes their own noise and odour monitoring in association with the Environment Agency, and this information is currently made available and shared with your officers on an ongoing basis. These applications are necessary to improve the efficiency of the operation of a Transwaste site and to reduce potential odour issues. As mentioned above, significant mitigation has already been put in place to protect public amenity to the satisfaction of your officers. I would respectfully request that the committee grants consent for the proposed amendments to the applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker on this item is the local ward councillor, Councillor Abraham. Councillor Abraham, you too have 15 minutes to address the committee with your views, and Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. The time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Chairman, and members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for not making me do it 11 times. There is no denying that the activities undertaken on the Transwaste site are an essential part of life because we all produce waste and it has to be disposed of somehow and somewhere. There is also no denying that the operators of this site have many excellent qualities and play a full part in their community with many benevolent acts towards local charities and organisations. To be quite clear though, these planning applications before you today are all retrospective. As many of you will know from your own visits to the area, this company has been working 24 hours a day for many, many years. And that is how local residents can say with confidence that noise generated by the facility can be heard at night, does keep people awake when they go to bed, and does wake people up when there are loud scrapings and banging of metal objects dropping on the floor. And this noise disturbance can have a detrimental impact on the health and well-being of residents in Melton and North Ferriby. My fellow ward member has, I believe, provided you with a summary of the sort of complaints we both receive on a regular basis. So intrusive has the noise been for residents that some get in their cars at night and drive round to locate the source. There were so many complaints from North Ferriby residents at one point last autumn that ward members were called to a meeting with your chief executive and the executive director for planning and regeneration. And you will know that such invitations do not come about often. At that meeting, it was suggested by those most senior officers that possibly an acoustic fence down the eastern boundary of the site should be provided as a condition if the applications were to be approved. What a good idea. That will substitute for the 3-metre high bund, which should have been provided on all sides of the site as condition 15 of the original 2005 planning application for the whole site, but wasn't and has never been enforced. I therefore wrote to the case officer in support of this suggestion, as did North Ferriby Parish Council. However, the suggestion has been dismissed by the case officer, citing that there is no material planning reason for such a fence. Members, I do not need to remind you that residential amenity is absolutely a material planning condition, and that councillors elected by East Riding residents should be your first and foremost consideration. These noises have been discussed on several occasions at the Transwaste Community Liaison Committee, which is chaired by the former leader of this council, Stephen Parnaby. It was with some exasperation that Mr. Parnaby requested at the January meeting for someone at a senior level to attend the next meeting to answer questions around noise generation. The next meeting took place 2 weeks ago, in the presence of the Head of Public Protection and resulted in the placing of sound monitoring equipment in a residential property in North Ferriby. You have heard the lived experience of Mrs. Haslope, who agreed to have the equipment in her home. You have also heard how short a period of time she was allowed to gather the evidence because of the meeting today. Just one night's worth of useful recording given the weather conditions. Can I take you back over 3 years when Willoughby and Kirkella member, Councillor Weeks, proposed a motion at full council, seconded by my late colleague Vanessa Walker, that absolutely put the needs and amenity of residents at the forefront of this council's dealings with waste management. To remind you, you all voted in support of this motion, which reads that this council recognises the impact that waste processing facilities regularly have on the communities living and working nearby, resolves to put the well-being, health and amenity of our East Riding residents at a greater premium when processing our waste, and considers the impact of such as a part of the scrutiny review into climate change, and undertakes proactive monitoring of planning conditions and takes timely enforcement action when breaches occur, working in partnership with the Environment Agency, who are the licensing authority when necessary. Members, that was in October 2019, and in all that time, this company has been operating 24 hours a day, and yet no enforcement action has been taken, and the health and well-being of the affected residents has definitely not been put at a greater premium. Today, though, you can send a message to the residents of Melton and North Ferriby, and to the Stop the Stink campaigners in Willoughby, Kirkella, Skidby, Cottingham, etc., that you do value their health and well-being, you do value their amenity, and that such intrusion into their lives has to stop. The member for Howdenshire will recall the numerous complaints from his residents over a waste facility in Gilberdyke, and the member for Hessel may remember how this company used to be in his ward on Hessel Dock, and how it had to move from Hessel to Melton nearly 15 years or so ago because of noise complaints from nearby residents. Thankfully, your issues are sorted, and you can now help to improve the lives of my residents. I do not want to stop the company from working 24 hours if that is what is needed to provide this value service for all of us, for you and for me. But I do not want to hear the constant nighttime hum in my home, which is a mile from this site, and neither do my residents in their homes. With little background noise to soften the impact, it does leave you wondering your sanity. When you visited the site on Monday, did you see the gaping holes in the buildings? Did you see the doors which did not exist, or is that a contradiction in terms? Did you see the roller shutter doors at precarious angles incapable of being dropped quickly? In Shed 5, where the refuse trucks were coming in and out to drop their loads, were there any opening and closing doors? No, there weren't. There was a hole in the side of the shed, which can only be closed off by a curtain. So the community liaison group was told on our site visit on Saturday. And that was the noisy shed, which processes waste all through the night, with diggers scraping and conveyor belts aplenty, so loud that you can't have a conversation in their vicinity, and trommel machines sorting the waste, sometimes outside the building, or sometimes inside the building. Your public health officer has put forward condition 19 to the application at agenda item 6, saying that all doors and shutters must be kept closed except for access and egress of vehicles. The original design statement for agenda item 16 refers to an airlock for visiting waste vehicles, which, with the doors closed at each end, will prevent any seepage of smells from the building across the site and surroundings. One can also assume that an airlocking system would also prevent noise seepage. So what am I asking for today? The requests for 24-hour working and the referral to committee today are clearly premature, in spite of the applications having been submitted in August 2021. The buildings are not fit for purpose. You saw that yourself on the site visit. There are inadequate doors and shutters and no sign of an airlock. Therefore, there is no way of preventing the release of noise and odour from causing a nuisance to local residents, to over 2,000 students at nearby South Hunsley School, and to sensitive manufacturing businesses on Melton West. I do not need to remind you that this waste facility will be on the doorstep of Smith and Nephew when it relocates out of Hull. A massive investment in an international centre of excellence for research and development, as well as medical supplies. And there will also be the visitors and customers to the prestigious Mercedes-Benz garage on Melton West, another business due to relocate to the business park. Will the purchases of quality cars be truly enhanced by the wafts of household waste from the waste facility? I can assure you that there was no shortage of local business representatives wanting a place on the Transwaste Community Liaison Group. These applications must therefore be refused until, as the planning inspector required, there will be no need for residents to have to monitor noise and spend their lives trying to kick agencies into action. They should be refused, and they should be resubmitted only when the company can demonstrate how it will prevent and control both noise and odour. Only when they can show that the buildings can, by themselves or combined with the provision of a tall enough acoustic fence on the eastern boundary, retain sufficient noise at all times so as not to create a nuisance. Only then should they be submitted. And in the meantime, I respectfully request that planning enforcement, which some of you hold in such high regard, does its job and enforces the existing restricted hours conditions and addresses deficiencies in the buildings where they are not built as per the approved plans. However, if you do feel minded to defer these applications today to allow time for mitigation measures to be put in place and given time to evidence their worth, please request that they be brought back to this committee with an adequate and accurate set of noise monitoring results to assure yourselves that you have achieved a good outcome for my residents whilst allowing the company to go about its business unhindered by further complaints. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Abraham. That's our speakers. And just in terms of process, just to clarify for members, there are 11 items. We've heard the speakers for all 11 now and the officers' update for all 11 now, but we will be going through them individually for our debate and for the vote. So the first item is item 6, which is pages 123 to 146 of our reports. And I have Councillor Tucker wishing to speak. So, Councillor Davison, was it a point of order? Or?
Point of order. Councillor Corliss, who was unable to be here today, has arranged with our clerk for me to read her ward member report.
Was that pre-submitted?
Councillor Corliss had originally wanted to speak, as Councillor Abraham did, but wasn't able to because she's travelling to Ireland and we couldn't guarantee that there was a link. So I suggested she either forwarded her comments to the case officer who would probably see them as part of the update, or a colleague could read out those comments on her behalf.
Would it be better for you as committee clerk to read out that comment?
I can do if you'd rather.
I think that's best. It keeps then the members of the committee separate from speakers. If you're happy with that, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, it's not predetermined.
No, I know. But I think it just then keeps speakers separate from committee members.
Okay. Let me have it back when you've finished.
So, Mr. Wiley, could you please read out Councillor Corliss's pre-submitted comment?
Right. Statement from Councillor Margaret Corliss, Ward Councillor for South Hunsley. I will not use my time to go over the application history that has been well documented by officers and is well within the knowledge of the committee, which has refused 2 previous applications. The key factor has been the effects of the operations on the amenity of residents, in particular with regard to noise disturbance and foul smells. It has been evidenced that this business has persistently engaged in 24-hour operations over a long period, despite the fact that no approval for that has ever been given by this committee. Now, after the erection of an acoustic fence and testing, the application for 24-hour working appears again. I will now read out some quotes from residents. These are not from objections logged on the planning portal. These are quotes from ordinary residents that have been made to me as ward councillor over the past year, either by email or on my social media page. I wanted to let you know the old familiar industrial noise returned big style waking me up at 12:45 this morning. It's very loud as I type at 1:40, a whining mosquito-like sound that comes in 30-second waves. Please, can you sort them out? Lack of sleep is such a health issue. Second quote, last night from around 11:30 and through the night, there was what sounded like heavy plant noise. Next quote, before 5 a.m. this morning, we were woken up by what can only be construction type noise once again. Scraping of metal, bulldozer stroke excavation like noise. Next quote, we are writing to inform and complain of extremely loud sounds that awoke our entire household of 4. Our elderly grandmother at number 50 and mother at number 6. And so it seems half of Ferriby according to our social media groups. These sounds began around 4 a.m. We would describe them as metal banging, rattling and scraping. Next quote, these sounds were so loud that they seemed incredibly close to our property, so much so that we believed it was someone dumping something in or around our garden. We got up to investigate. Next quote, it's the nighttime noise which is bad. I don't understand how the council allow it when they don't have a license. Next quote, it's definitely worse at times. It's definitely worse. At times I've had to leave my house and go away from the stench. It's made me physically sick. The dust is also getting worse. Cars are covered. Washing has dust on. Also, the late noise is very annoying when you're trying to sleep. Started wearing earplugs, pardon me, but can still hear the humming noise. Next quote, awful smells today. Reporting to environmental health seems to have no impact at all. Next quote, overnight noise has been a problem for a long time, causing disturbed sleep. There's a lot of dust. The smell can be so bad you're scared to breathe. Transwaste is a problem and should not be so close to housing. Next quote, some days it is incredibly noisy. Next quote, due to air pollution concerns, residents of North Ferriby have purchased an air monitor that has been in place since August the 21st. We've been recording the results and a qualified health statistician monitoring trends. There is a worrying trend that shows spikes in number 2 and PM levels that coincide with Transwaste operating during the night outside of its permissions. So we hear ordinary residents' experiences of air pollution, odours, and most significantly, noise disturbance. The test is not, quote, does the erection of a single acoustic fence and subsequent satisfactory testing mean that this application should be approved? The correct test is, quote, can this business demonstrate that it can operate consistently without damaging residential amenity and risking residents' physical and mental health by succeeding in eliminating all of the above experiences from the everyday life of residents? The correct time to consider an application for 24-hour working would be after a prolonged period of consistent demonstration that the practices harming residents' well-being have ceased and that the remedies installed by Transwaste are being effective during daytime working. Until then, this application should be rejected.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. We'll now go back to item 6, pages 123 to 146 of our reports. I open the debate to members and I have Councillor Tucker wishing to speak first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. There are quite a number of applications before us, and I know we're dealing with each one, but I will seek guidance from yourself as Chairman and Mr. Hunt and Mr. Sunman, if I may. The common theme that we're getting is all about the noise and noise disturbance, particularly at night. And we heard Councillor Abraham speaking at length about the disturbance, and we heard, and I hope you pronounce your name right, Miss Hasler, saying about a loss of amenities she suffers. One of the things when I've read the bundle and they've gone for the documents is when I look at the conditions, not just on agenda item number 6, but there's a common theme all the way through, and this is where I'm looking for guidance. It talks about the operational hours being 24. Some talk about erecting some buildings, blah, blah, blah. But one of the things, and I thank Transwaste for the visit that we had this week, because that was really informative. One of the things that really struck me was, if Transwaste do the job and they do it right, then maybe it won't be such a problem. Now, when I look at the conditions, I think the conditions personally are quite weak about how we enforce this. Now, what I'll be looking for is building 1 or shed 1 and shed 2 and shed 3, if they're being operated 24 hours a day must have the doors closed, must have the shutters down, no outside scraping, because then we're micromanaging it. What we're saying is in that building on that night, there is no work outside, all the work can be done inside. Now, what the people from Transwaste explained to me when I stood on those rullies, and this is where I'm looking for some help, is during the day, they fill the pit, and on the night, they close the doors. Well, they don't close the doors because there's no doors there, but they should close the doors. Then all the work during the hours of darkness is done inside, all sorted. Then in the morning, the doors are opened. How do we, and this is why I'm asking officers now, how do we secure this down to ensure that, you know, Miss Haslop doesn't have a loss of amenities, doesn't have the noise, and we can actually say, building 1 hasn't got any doors, building 2 hasn't got any doors, therefore you can't do your 24-hour working until that's in place. That's the guidance I'm looking for, because I think the conditions don't really support that and makes them unenforceable. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Summan or Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, I'll come in if that's okay, Chair. One of the difficulties we have on the site at the moment is that it is subject to a multitude of planning consents, all of which have different conditions attached to them. And some of those consents include 24/7 working, some don't. So clearly from an enforcement perspective, if there is a breach of the planning, it's identifying exactly which part of the site the breach is within, whether or not, you know, which conditions apply, and it is extremely difficult. One of the benefits of what we have before us is a move to completely regularize the site by way of a standard set of conditions across the whole site that we then have a level playing field on, and we can actually then seek to enforce if there is a breach. As Matthew identified in his update, the 3 conditions that are attached to this application, item 6, we have run past our enforcement manager, who has made some more recommendations. She identified similar concerns to yourself, councillor. So what is now proposed is that the conditions will identify that doors have to be provided. So there has to be doors in place. The doors have to be retained, because that's one of the problems. Someone could provide a door under one of the historic consents, but if we don't condition that should be retained, then clearly, if that breaks, we have no enforcement powers in terms of ensuring that is then fixed. So the condition would require doors, would require those to be retained, would require them to be closed between the hours of 6 and 6 at night and 6 in the morning, would require no external operations and no sales, commercial and deliveries between those hours as well. The enforcement officers also recommended that in the conditions we specify the building numbers as well, so it's belt and braces. So if approved today, we would have a set of robust conditions whereby if there were breaches and those breaches were deemed to be sufficient enough to take action, we would have a robust planning consent and set of conditions that would allow us to then take action. At the moment, we don't, and that is the biggest problem on the site. It's a bit like chicken and egg. We need to get this in place in order to be able to then enforce properly and robustly.
May I have a supplementary, Chairman?
Yes, Councillor Tucker.
I do apologise, Chairman. Could it be a condition then, Mr. Hunt, if planning application, if it's granted today, that 24-hour working, if it's doing now, it stops, or it doesn't start until the doors are in situ?
Yeah, that's what the condition requires. All of those issues that I identified in terms of doors being provided, doors being in situ, etc., they would have to be in place before the 24/7 working can lawfully commence.
And if it was commencing without that, that'd then be a breach and therefore be enforceable because it's in the condition.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
And that's the updated conditions in the officer's report. So so separate to the ones in our packs. So 24-hour working cannot happen until those doors and the other requirements of mitigation are in place.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
And our enforcement team who've been consulted are confident that they can enforce to stop that.
Yes.
Chairman, can I just check? Is that across all the applications that we're considering today? So those conditions will be effective across all 11 applications?
Yes. And just, if I may, Chair, just to confirm that those conditions would be applicable to the airlock as well, which I think it was Councillor Abraham mentioned the airlock in her speech. So those the airlock would fall under those conditions as well.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. This has been a difficult one to read through, notwithstanding the sheer volume, but also that we have seen this before. We've been here before. Now, I mean, I understand that and I have great sympathy with the residents who have had to put up with noise and odours for many years. I mean, especially this goes back before Transwaste. This goes back to Kappa Pass and BAA systems with taking off aircraft and all sorts. So this has been going on for decades, not just now. And what we're here to do is see whether or not the impacts that this particular site are having on the local residents can be mitigated. After all, this is a refuse site. Of course, it's going to smell at times. It is physically impossible for it not to do. And of course, it's going to be noisy at times. It's physically impossible not to do. We have a refuse site. What we've got to do is mitigate that. And the mitigation that have been put in place is quite robust. The problem is that the company itself have constantly flouted our conditions. And I am grateful to Mr. Hunt for his confirmation that in essence, because we haven't regulated all in a similar way, that it's really difficult to identify specifics when you say there's some noise or some smell coming from somewhere, that well, which one is it and which condition can we look at? So I absolutely understand that, and it is really difficult for our enforcement people. And quite frankly, I don't have any confidence that our enforcement people are able to do anything. We know from what local residents have said that this company have been operating 24 hours anyway. So I'm not 100% sure whether or not we could stop them, even if we put in these new conditions, if something went wrong. One thing we can do is tell them that we're not going to accept this unless they repair all the doors and get the damn thing up to speed, which they should have done anyway. And it's not acceptable that residents have to live with that. We went on a site visit, and most of the buildings either had broken doors or no doors at all, as Councillor Tucker mentioned. It's stunning that can happen, but this is the situation we're in. So if this can assist with what officers have tried to achieve with going through this, then I am all for it, absolutely. One thing that I am concerned with, and is that they were very proud to show us the northern boundary acoustic fence that they put in place. And that's wonderful that they've done that at last. But given the prevailing winds and the fact that the vast majority of personnel are further to the east, wouldn't it be more sensible to also insist on a condition that we have an eastern boundary acoustic fence? Now, I appreciate that they've got the entrances there, and so they can't be completely done. But is there any way the officers can look to actually adding that into these 11 cases that we can possibly do something to achieve an acoustic mitigation on the eastern boundary? And I'll just leave it there to let officers
Mr. Summan, if members are minded, are we within our rights to condition an acoustic fence on the eastern boundary?
We have discussed this as officers with officers in public protection. The way that noise works, it's quite, you need to mitigate either at source or where it's landing. So it's a bit like shooting an arrow. To stop the arrow, you've got to stop it where it's been fired from or where it's going to land. So noise acts in a similar kind of way in terms of noise mitigation. The northern boundary fence is nearer to the operations taking place. On the eastern boundary, the operations are set further back in the site. There's obviously the car park and the office building nearer to the front. So you're not going to stop the noise coming from that direction. The other point is that North February Village is at a higher level than the site. So by putting a 5-metre acoustic fence on that boundary, you wouldn't get the benefits that you'd think you would get. The only benefits you would have is travel along Gibson Lane South by screening the site, but you wouldn't see what's going on, so therefore you can't hear what's going on. But you wouldn't have the benefits of stopping the noise.
To clarify though, if members wish to see that is something they could condition.
It would need planning permission in its own right because it's more than 2 metres high.
Right, so it would need to be deferred for such a scheme to come forward.
It would be, but our officers in public protection have looked at that and they have confirmed to us that you wouldn't get a noise reduction. There would be no justification for a noise in their professional opinion.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah, I mean, I hear and thank you for that explanation, and I understand exactly what you're saying, the distance away. I'm not 100% sure that it's just the fact that it won't necessarily achieve quite the impact it should have. It's more to, I suppose, help the residents understand that we're doing absolutely everything we can, bearing in mind that it is still a refuse site, and it's still going to make noise, and it's still going to have lights, and it's still going to have odours, but it's just another assistance towards them. I would be minded to actually ask for that condition to be put on, quite simply because it is the prevailing winds, it is noisy, and it might help. But unless the officers can tell me that we would not absolutely be able to do that, then I would ask for that.
I think to clarify, you'd have to move deferral for a scheme to come forward. Is that correct? You couldn't add it as a condition.
That's correct, Chair. But like I said, we have looked at that, and if that was something that was necessary, then we would have sort of amendments to an application, or actually sort that to come forward in an application in its own right.
Right. Okay. So what we're in essence saying is that we couldn't justify putting it in because the actual benefits aren't there. Okay. So, I mean, I understand, and thank you for explaining that. I mean, I in my ward, we obviously had a large refuse site which went totally out of control and was unregulated, and we have taken 2 decades to try to resolve the situation, which we're just about redoing now. And I am concerned that that similar sort of situation doesn't happen here, and that we are more robust in ensuring it. So anything that officers are trying to achieve with this particular, forgive me, everything that the officers are trying to achieve by regulating all of this is something that's dear to my heart, and I absolutely understand why. So given what we've just said and that, I'm minded to support this and the further applications. Thank you.
Are you making a proposal?
Yes, I'm happy to make those proposals.
To approve the application. Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I welcome the condition about all the doors zone being closed and the airlock in there. But I'm also noticing or thinking that when we went on the site visit, there were quite a lot of the walls had holes in them as well. There's lots of bits where the places have been damaged, and that the doors probably couldn't close even if they're present. So I'm just looking at condition 9 on this one. It says all plant and machinery operated within the site shall be maintained in accordance with the manufacturer's specification at all times. And I'm wondering, could we have something similar added to that new condition to say that all the buildings should be maintained? So not just the doors, but the walls and the roofs and all the other places where sound and smells can come out of, that they should all be maintained. I'm not quite sure what wording would be appropriate. Operational standard, perhaps. I think we could probably defer for enforcement to come out with some good wording for that, but basically keep them in the condition that they were supposed to be in.
I think it's a really good point raised by Councillor Matheson. So can that be worded into a condition?
I think it can, Chair. We could include a condition similar to that would be applicable to the doors, that requires effectively the elevations to be retained in their true form. So it may be that the condition would have to require some sort of survey that identifies any defects and that they be repaired and then kept in perpetuity. But if you're happy for officers to construct a condition that would provide that mitigation, then we can do that, Chair.
Yes, because the wording on that's going to be very important, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are the proposers, Councillor Wilkinson and seconder Councillor Tucker, happy to include that additional condition in their motion for approval? Thank you. So it's defer and delegate approval subject to that additional condition. Councillor Dewhurst.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sort of reminded that I took myself on a private site visit to Transwaste last summer, and it clearly reflects the amount of time it's taken to get to this point today. So thank you to the officers for all the work that's gone in there. And I think ultimately what we're trying to achieve here is a better outcome for the local residents, mitigation of noise, mitigation of odour, and to improve their lives. And what's the best way forward to achieve that? It's tempting to throw this out, to refuse all these applications because they haven't necessarily been the best partner. They've run roughshod over previous permissions. But will that achieve what we want? Clearly, there are things going on there that are unregulated or we have a difficulty in enforcing. And the best way forward perhaps is to bring that into line, to put ourselves in a stronger position, give ourselves the legal backing, the planning backing, so we can enforce it. But I would ask that if we do extend that goodwill today and support these applications, that be reciprocated. You know, that what is going on at the moment that shouldn't be happening is ceased immediately until conditions are met. I think that's really important. I think they need to show that they can be good partners as well. So I am, with the risk of going out on a limb and perhaps putting the elements of good faith into this, willing to support this application and the subsequent applications. But I would really ask officers to make sure that that case is made very firmly to them, that these conditions must be adhered to, and that going forward we can't be treated as we have been in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMaster.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. What I wanted to say is largely been said by Councillor Wilkinson, but can I just clarify, are we saying that if we grant this, 24-hour working will not take place until such time as the buildings are up to spec? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, I believe so.
I think Mr. Hunt explained previously that it's very difficult for us to enforce as currently things stand. So we could only start to implement these conditions once the permission's implemented. So we couldn't necessarily stop 24-hour working as things stand. It's a breach of condition, but it'd be difficult. We'd have to identify where on site it is and how long the breach is going on for. Because I think in the past, it's been a case that it's been for one night, but it's not been continuous. So the breach hasn't been going on, continuously for a long period of time. So it's difficult for our enforcement team, and that's always been the problem. So I think we need to get to a point where, if members agree that we can get better conditions through these permissions, so allow enforcement officers to have better control of the site. So if there are breaches, they can take in-plan enforcement action as quickly as possible.
Sorry, Councillor Master, I just come in. I understand the complications regarding the site currently with conditions, but I was under the impression from what was said earlier that if this is approved, these new conditions as part of the officer update, 24-hour working cannot take place on site until the buildings are brought in line with what they already should be, but are not, in terms of having sealed doors and also with the additional condition from Councillor Mappers.
We can only start implementing the conditions once they've implemented these permissions.
Yeah,
so
once this is
so we can only implement these once that we've got those details. So it'd be like a pre-commencement condition.
Oh, so you would need plans to come forward regarding the doors and buildings and etc. So it wouldn't be an immediate cease. No. You would need the plans to come forward.
Just to clarify, Chair, it wouldn't be a case of tonight. That would be the end of 24/7 working. What would happen is that, I mean, clearly, if it's deferred to finalise the wording of some of these conditions, it may take a few days in terms of then issuing the planning consent. The applicant then has a period of time within which to implement that consent. We could possibly seek to put a condition in there that speeds that process up, possibly, in terms of the implementations. That could be something that we could use to ensure that it happens in quick time. Once the application has been implemented, then we can start to look at it from an enforcement perspective, much stronger. But that will take time in terms of if there's a survey that's needed to identify the deficiencies in the buildings and not what needs to be repaired, that will need to come to us and to be agreed by way of the condition, etc.
Chair, thank you. Given the history with this applicant, I'm inclined to distrust that anything will actually take place. And we recently had an application where we had a developer who just blatantly disregarded everything we said. We finally took the bull by the horns and stopped the construction, and eventually he complied and did everything we wanted. I honestly think it's about time we put our foot down. I'm going to propose we put a time limit on this And if it doesn't take place, we reserve the right to withdraw or something similar, because we've been down this route so many times and we get made promises that just never materialize.
So, Councillor Massey, you're proposing an additional condition that all these measures are carried out within a certain time, otherwise the condition is permission is.
Thank you,
in
Chair. Yes,
effect
I am.
nulled.
I'm saying, for example, 6 months. If within a time frame, an agreed time frame, the repairs and maintenance are not carried out to our satisfaction, that this be null and void.
I mean, I believe officers are discussing that. Be my personal view, though, that if that surely is the case, we should defer the application for those surveys, plans, issues to be identified and brought back once that's been done and we know exactly what we're dealing with. Because as I say repeatedly, I always get concerns when we're not entirely clear what's before us before we do anything. Whereas if we defer it, we still keep control and can ensure that residents are protected.
Chair, in that case, I propose deferral until such time as a time limit can be established and built into this, so that we have a meaningful grip on managing this applicant.
And I'm happy to second, Chair.
Proposal for deferral for the issues to be identified and the time and a plan created to address those issues. Is that what you're deferring for?
Correct. Not necessarily implemented, but an agreed time by which everything will be implemented.
Is that acceptable in terms of planning policy?
I don't think it would be, Chair. We could have possibly a condition that would a pre-commencement condition that would require a scheme to be provided within a certain period of time. But if we were to defer, all we would be doing is delaying the whole process until it comes back to committee by another month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever that would be. So perhaps we could have.
To clarify, if there is a pre-commencement condition regarding all these things need to be in place within 6 months, they can't operate 24 hours within that 6 month period.
The problem we have, Chair, is that these applications are for variation of condition of existing permissions that are already being implemented.
But permissions not for 24-hour work.
No, but the problem we've got is we can't enforce because of the conditions that are already in place. And we've got parts of the site that are 24 hours because of the way that they operate and parts that aren't. So,
sorry, Chair, if I may,
Councillor Master.
If I may, what I'm proposing is that hypothetically we approve this, but if within an agreed time frame that the agreed repairs and maintenance have not been carried out, then that then implies that the applicant blatantly disregarded the rules and regulations, and we then reserve the right to withdraw this 24-hour working.
That wouldn't fit in with planning policy. I've got other councillors who wish to speak. Is there anybody though who particularly wants to talk on this issue we now find ourselves in? Councillor Matheson.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm minded that all conditions must be proportionate and reasonable. And what I think might help with this is that condition about the quality and condition of the buildings. If that's approved at this stage, so we've got that 24-hour working thing there, so that can be enforced without having to identify which building the noise is coming out of, but have the wording of the state of the buildings in such a way that they must be in a workable state at all times, and that this must be brought in. Any deficiencies must be addressed within 6 months from the date of permission. In the same way that we have.
If I understand, the issue with that is the planning application, if approved now, wouldn't be implemented until those surveys, etc., are done. So then we're extending this issue for a further 6 months or beyond for local residents. Councillor Wilkinson.
I think if we put all that together, what we have an issue with is we're trying to ensure that this happens. And one of the easy ways to do that, which will hopefully satisfy everyone, is that we continue to approve as we've said. That then regulates it down so that enforcement can then move in and make sure that these doors are done with a separate thing. So all we've got to do is just leave it to enforcement within a period of time. Once we've regulated it by doing our conditions, then it's down to enforcement to do that. It's going to be difficult for us to be able to do that on a condition because we just don't have that capability.
I agree, but I think the issue that other members have raised is this issue that until those plans are submitted and the survey's done and the issues identified, we're still in this situation where the 24-hour working can, in theory, continue without those protections, which, as the planning inspector said when this was once looked at before, he needs to be, you should be confident that those mitigations will protect residents before they are implemented. Or something along those lines. Councillor Rudd, you used to come in on this.
Quickly, Chairman. I think at the end of the day, by accepting these, these and approving them, we do give the officers more weight, if you like, to going on enforcement. And I can see that. I have a sneaking feeling that this firm, in fact, these applicants have moved from where they were some years ago. And I do honestly feel, and the acoustic fence proves that they are listening more perhaps than they did before. So I think, as my colleague Councillor Dewhurst has said, you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt. Because I don't think if you don't approve these at the moment, basically the officers are saying, well, we don't really have, the ability to enforce anything because it's not approved, or we certainly cannot enforce what we're proposing to do.
I think we understand that aspect, Councillor Rudd. Councillor West, you wish to come in?
Sorry, just so we don't go around in circles. It seems to me that if the expectations are that they will retrofit doors to existing buildings and bring doors that are currently inactive up to spec, then the whole application is implied that they need to do that. So why would we need to see drawings of doors they need to fit to their own sheds when that's the whole point of what we're talking about?
Can planning officers advise on that? Presumably the original permissions had details of doorings.
Yeah, just to clarify, Chair, the drawings aren't required for the doors. The drawings would have been required if there were any defects in the existing sides of the building. So it was a condition, it was a further point that Councillor Matheson identified in terms of some of the buildings may not be in as robust a state as we would like them to be. So we could seek to reword that possibly, that doesn't require the drawings to be provided, that would then allow the application to bite straight away.
Microphone.
Sorry, it's implied that we expect them to do that by the mere fact that we're talking about that, what it is. And also, what I was going to talk about before was when we talk about doors, we are talking about the general fabric of the building being brought up to the correct specification as well for a safe working manner.
So to clarify, in terms of the doors, that can be a relatively immediate thing because presumably they've already had permission from the previous applications. And they will be, no 24-hour working can happen until those doors are in place under these conditions. Is that right? That's correct. And then the additional condition proposed by Councillor Matheson about the structural integrity, if you like, of the buildings, that will obviously require surveys to assess. And we can put a deadline on when we want those surveys carried out by and plans to address any concerns implemented by.
I think that's the problem we have, Chair, is that we couldn't put a deadline on that. But if the doors were in situ, clearly the vast amount of noise is going to come from the main openings, which are the doors. If the issues with the doors is corrected, then it's a much more minor issue in terms of any of the fabric and the side elevations. So that would be something that we could apply pressure on the developer in terms of putting that right but I don't think we could apply a time period.
But if we have it as a condition, it's a bit of a pointless condition if we can't tell them to do it by a certain time. Is it
Well,
not?
the condition would be worded so that no 24/7 working could take place until that has been
Done,
rectified.
okay.
So that could be worded. Yeah,
So I think that clarifies what started this debate, is that with these two conditions, 24-hour working cannot happen until they are implemented. Yes. Are members satisfied with that, or at least have it clarified in their minds?
Chair, can I just,
Councillor McMaster.
just to close off, can I just say that I wanted recorded that this would not be necessary and this waste of time wouldn't be necessary if this applicant wasn't devious in the way historically it has been.
I think let's
they
stick
work with
to
us-
planning, Councillor McMaster. And then
Apologies and withdrawal,
lists
Chair.
have been blown out of the water in terms of people should speak, but I know Councillor Healy's had his hand up for quite some time.
Yeah, we seem to be dancing around this. I mean, we should be thinking about the residents. I mean, this thing is solved one way. We don't need to be putting conditions on. Here is a company that in 2019 said to this planning committee, we want to have 24-hour working. And this planning committee said no. So they went to the planning inspector and said, we want to have 24-hour working. And the planning inspector said no. And now they're back here again saying, we want to have 24-hour working. And we're here trying to accommodate them to keep them happy when they are. We've heard from residents, we've heard from ward councillors that they are impinging upon the amenity of these people's lives. These people can't get any sleep. It says, you know, there are conditions here, like condition 19 around the doors. You know, are they going to do that? I mean, they've not got a track record of doing that. It seems to me that the place itself had lots of holes in it, literally. I think one of us nearly fell over and tripped up some health and safety aspect on the ground. Seems to me that this place is lacking in investment, if you ask me. Are they going to spend money doing these things that we want them to do? Let's just cut through all of this and say no. You know, that doesn't mean we need any conditions on it. The bottom line is we've said 3 times you're not having 24-hour working. Why can't we say again, you not have 24-hour working? And that keeps our residents happy. We're here, it's like the last application. We should be here to represent the best interests of our residents, and the ward councillors have articulated what the best interests of our residents are. I think we should be refusing it, and I'd like to throw that into the mix and move refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Councillor Davison.
And I would second that. I think what the ward councillors are saying is that until we see quiet working in the daytime by having implemented these conditions, until we see that, then we're not happy because they keep breaching the 24/7 regulation. That would demonstrate that it could operate quietly and therefore operate quietly 24/7. And I think that's what they want to see. And I agree that I think the only way of doing that is to say, we'll come back in 6 months' time, and if you've done all that work and we've monitored it sufficiently, then we'll consider 24/7 working at that point.
Thank you, Councillor Davison. Councillor Coultish.
Thank you, Chairman. 2 points of clarity, please. Firstly, on the motion just proposed by colleagues, can I seek clarity on the fact that while it might be nice for residents to read in newspapers or newsletters that the application is being refused, it won't help them, because what's going on is going on right now, and planning officers and experts are telling us it's unenforceable. So that can I seek clarity on whether this application will help experts and planning officers and enforcement actually deal with the issue that's affecting residents with, as Councillor Healy said, their sleeplessness?
Mr. Sunderland.
Yeah, some of the planning permissions on site go back to 2006. Obviously, time's moved on. The site's obviously grown. Things have happened on site, so it is difficult to implement the conditions or enforce them from 20 odd years ago. So what we're suggesting is the amended wording to the conditions would give us better tools to take enforcement action should we have the evidence that a breach has taken place on the site, which we don't currently have.
Councillor Coultish.
Yeah, well, for me, Chairman, that is quite clear that while I do agree with Councillor Healy, I don't think his motion will help residents in any way. Secondly, Chairman, can I seek clarity on the beepers on vehicles? When I was there, it was clear to me that the loudest noise was reversing vehicles with loud beepers. But I am led to believe that's not supposed to be the case anyway. Can I seek clarity on that, and whether there's a condition in place to stop that?
Well, the conditions that we're suggesting is in the extended hours, we wouldn't have any outside work. It would only be internally. You wouldn't have vehicles moving and making bleeping noises. So that wouldn't take place.
Councillor Coultish. Is that Councillor Matheson next?
Yes, I'm just going to officers explain. I was under the impression that the request for 24-hour working was something that the Environment Agency had been that they had been working with the applicant to sort things out, and that was one of their ways of dealing with the smells and odour of things fermenting overnight. And so actually 24-hour working is something that will help the residents. Is that correct?
Mr. Sunman?
That's correct. The way that the waste industry or the Environment Agency want the waste industry to work is especially when you've got mixed waste, is to process it as quickly as possible so that it's not stood in a pile fermenting. The applicant has looked at doing mitigation work such as the acoustic fence that's in place on the northern boundary. They've got the interlocking doors on buildings, I think sheds 4 and 5, where most of the mixed waste is sorted, which again helps odours, prevention and noise. They also have an ionising plant in there. Again, that keeps the waste cool. So again, that's stopping the odours from occurring. So they're doing as much as they can. They're working with the Environment Agency, and this is one of the steps that the Environment Agency have suggested to them, and that's what they're trying to implement.
Councillor Healy.
Yeah, Chair, at the moment, they don't have 24-hour working, but the residents are being disturbed at night. So they're working at night. So if they're working at night now and they're disturbing the residents now, and they're not supposed to be working at night, and what are they going to be like if we give them permission to work at night? It's going to get even worse for the residents. It's bad enough for the residents as it is, and clearly there's some enforcement issues here because they're working at night. Are our enforcement officers going out in the small hours enforcing this? I mean, Councillor is correct in that sense. A motion to refuse if they're doing it already is a bit perverse, but the reality is they should not be working at night. And if we pass a motion to allow them to work at night, which is what they want, then this is just going to compound it for the residents and make it even worse.
To clarify, I believe parts of the site do currently have permission for 24-hour working, which obviously is the complication with this site as a wider organisation.
Yeah, as Chair, at the risk of repeating myself, it is a hodgepodge of many planning applications on the site with different requirements and different conditions. Some of those permissions do come with 24/7 working, and the challenge that our enforcement colleagues have is identifying exactly if there is a noise source, where is it coming from, which building is it coming from, which planning permission kicks in, which conditions kick in, and it is practically unenforceable at the moment. So that's the whole purpose of these applications, is to put the council with a more rigorous set of conditions that apply to the whole site in a much better position to take enforcement action if we need to do so. The other point to remind members is that because these are set out in conditions, if there is a breach, the council would obviously investigate, and we can then serve what's called a breach of condition notice, which can't be appealed. So like a normal enforcement notice can be appealed, that goes to planning inspectorate, that takes 18 months, 2 years to be determined. In the meantime, everything stays as it is. With a breach of condition notice, there is no right of appeal. We would give a timescale for something to be rectified. That could be as little as 28 days. If it hasn't been after 28 days, we then go to prosecute. It's as simple as that with breach of condition notice. So it puts the council in a much stronger position.
Any other members wish to speak on this application? Okay, I think we had a very detailed debate about that. I think for me, I must say I'm disappointed, and whoever's fault it was when the original application was approved in 2004, that stronger conditions or more helpful conditions were not added in the first place to address such issues as this, or whether it's issues with enforcement. I think my main concern here is what's right to try and help protect the residents from this site, because the site is there, it has permission, it's existing, it is operating now, with some parts of it already 24-hour. And as we saw on our site visit, there are issues with those mitigations which should already be in place, but are not, whether that's doors, holes in buildings. We saw it on the site visit. And what I'm most concerned about with these applications is how can we strengthen the council's position to ensure those things are added and in place to protect local residents before any 24-hour working can take place on the site. As I think others have said, including, I believe, the parish council and Councillor Abraham, the principle of 24-hour working is not necessarily internal, that is not necessarily the problem here. It's whether those mitigations are there to protect local residents from that noise and any of the other pollution that could be created from that 24-hour working, internal working. I think we all agree that external working would not be suitable for the site at wide. And for me, as long as those additional conditions or those amendments to conditions, as we heard about in the officer's update and debated at length, the one about fixing doors or putting them in place even, and fixing doors to ensure that buildings are sealed, to make sure that there are no issues of noise pollution, smell pollution from the buildings, and also the condition proposed by Councillor Matheson to ensure that the buildings are in the correct condition and again, in effect, sealed from issues of noise and pollution leaking from them. Before 24-hour operation can take place, I am satisfied that we can have both that internal 24-hour operation and protect residents, as long as those conditions are there and that no 24-hour working can take place until those mitigations are in place, repaired, and there to protect residents. So to clarify, those conditions deliver that, don't they? Yeah, Councillor Healy.
Because 1.1 says that the application seeks planning permission to vary and to open 24 hours. Surely, if we pass it, even with these conditions, they've got a green light to work 24 hours straight away without these conditions necessarily, as Mr. Hunter said, it's going to take some time.
The conditions are specifically worded, I believe, that, and they state that 24-hour working cannot take place until the mitigations are in place. Is that going to be in the condition? Because I'm happier if that is in the condition. That is the wording of the condition, isn't it? Yeah. I think that's the key thing with this application, is that 24-hour working cannot take place until those two conditions, or the elements of those two conditions, are implemented. Any other comments on this application? Councillor West.
Just to highlight, though, on top of all that, to add to Councillor Healy's comments, residents clearly don't want 24-hour working. So the decision for us lot is the fact that do we agree with them going ahead with 24-hour, regardless if they bring the site up to an acceptable standard.
I think this is the point, isn't it?
Yeah, I appreciate that it's a mixed bag.
Obviously, what residents have seen, what I've seen from the correspondence and heard from the speakers, is residents are concerned, and rightly so, about how their residential amenity are affected by this place. And to me, if currently their residential amenity is negatively affected by the site, which in elements has 24-hour working, but in some don't, under this, because we can ensure those mitigations that were originally intended to protect them, but are sadly for different reasons not there, their residential amenity should improve, because there will be those sealed elements of the buildings. The 24-hour working is only internal in the sites on these applications. And I think that's the key thing. With these, we have the strength then to ensure that residential amenity is protected. And that's why I've made such an issue of clarifying that 24-hour working cannot take place until those conditions are implemented. And I believe that then, as I said, residential amenity should improve from what it is now, where 24-hour working has been taking place and there's been no protections in place. That's how I see it. And those conditions will help address that and protect residential amenity. Yes, I think if we go through it again.
So just to clarify then, Chair, the 5 elements that the new conditions will seek to achieve will be that working doors are provided, that working doors are retained in situ, that they're closed between the hours of 6 in an evening and 6 in the morning. I think it was a slightly different variation time on a weekend. That in that overnight period, no external operations will take place, which picks up Councillor Clutch's point about the beeping, etc., and no sales and deliveries will take place between the 6 and 6 as well. And clearly we have a further condition that was suggested by Councillor Matheson that requires the sides to the buildings to be repaired if there is an issue in terms of a hole that's causing a noise nuisance, odour, etc. So those are the new sets of conditions that we would use to enforce any breach moving forwards, Chair.
And they were worded with advice from planning enforcement.
Correct.
So they will be enforced. Any other questions or points from members on this application? Councillor Davison.
Just Councillor Abraham mentioned a liaison committee, which seemed to be a bit fragile from the operator's standpoint. Perhaps we can just strengthen that and say, look, that's got to happen a bit more often, and take them along with their plans.
I think we should add that as an informative, because it is a positive way that that operators can work with local communities by having those groups, as I know from examples in my own ward. So we have this is just for item 6. We've still got 10 more to go. We have the proposal then for approval with the updated condition from officers, which was worded with advice from planning enforcement, and also the additional condition from Councillor Matheson regarding the integrity of the buildings, which is similar to the condition regarding the doors, and also the additional informative from Councillor Davison, once again reiterating this committee's wish to see the applicant working well with the local community through their liaison group. Is that correct? Yes.
Sort the wording of the building.
Refer to delegate, so those conditions can, the second condition that was proposed can be formally worded.
So you can get that tightened up to know.
And I think members have expressed their view clearly on what we want that condition to look like. Okay. Did we?
I don't know whether they will have fallen by the by.
So
outright referral from Councillor Master and then refusal from Councillor.
So Councillor Tucker Councillor McMaster and Councillor Tucker, you proposed defer the application.
And withdrawing my deferment, Chairman.
And
Likewise, thank you, Chair.
that's a withdrawal. And then Councillor Healy and Councillor Davidson, you proposed refusal.
If the wording is such that 24-hour working will not commence until these remedials have been done, then I'm happy to withdraw that.
Which is the case.
If that is the case.
Okay, so we now have one motion on the table, which is to defer and delegate approval to officers subject to the additional condition suggested by Councillor Matheson regarding the integrity of the building being formally worded. As I said, the committee, I think, made its view clear on what we want that condition to be. And also the addition of the informative from Councillor Davison regarding, we reiterate our stance on we want to see better working from the applicant with the community. And the amended conditions put forward by officers as part of their officers update. Right, so all those in favour of that motion?
That's everyone, Chairman.
Carried unanimously. We'll now move on to item 7, which is pages 147 to 167 of our packs. And we'll move, Councillor Wilkinson.
Can I move approval of the officer's recommendations with the same conditions, etc.? I'll second that as the previous one.
So obviously it's a separate application, but can we just agree to add the additional conditions of the previous application as well? So that would be defer and delegate approval in line with what we did for the item 6 with those additional conditions and informative. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dewhurst. All those in favour?
Unanimous again, Chairman.
Approved unanimously. Item 7, pages 168 to 187 of our packs. Councillor Coultish.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll propose deferral and delegation approval in line with the same recommendations and informative as the previous two agenda items, please, Chairman.
Happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you. All those in favour of that proposal?
Unanimous, Chairman.
Carried unanimously. Item 9, pages 188 to 209 of our packs. Any councillors wish to speak? Councillor Dewhurst.
I wish to propose in line with the previous applications, including the same conditions and informative.
I'll second that, Chair.
Councillor West seconds. All those in favour of that proposal?
Yeah, everyone, Chairman.
Carried unanimously. Item 10, pages of 210 to 251 of our packs. Any members wish to speak? Councillor Healy.
As before.
Proposed in line, opposite defer and delegate approval, subject to those additional conditions and informative. Councillor McMaster, are you seconding?
Yeah, thank you.
All those in favour?
Is everyone, Chairman?
That's carried unanimously. Item 11, pages 230 to 251 of
I'll
our
propose
packs.
that, Chair.
Councillor West proposing subject to those same changes and delegate approval to officers to deliver those changes. Is that correct? Yep. Councillor Tucker, are you seconding? All those in favour?
Yes, Chairman, everyone again.
Carried unanimously. Item 12. Yes, item 12, 252 to 270 of our packs. Members, Councillor Tucker.
Yeah, happy to move, Chairman, for approval, given the same conditions.
Defer and
as
delegate
previous.
approval subject to the same reasons of the previous applications, and Councillor Healy seconds. All those in favour?
Everyone again, Chairman.
Carried unanimously. Item 13, pages 271 to 290 of our packs. Members, Councillor Coultish.
Propose defer and delegate approval with same.
Subject to those conditions and informative. Councillor McMaster, you're seconding.
Second, Chair.
All those in favour of that proposal?
Yep, everyone again, Chairman.
Carried unanimously. And then item 14, pages 291 to 311. Members. Councillor McMaster
Yes,
proposed.
subject to all the same previously discussed. I will
Defer
move
and delegate
approval,
subject to those conditions and informative. Councillor Matheson, you're seconding. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Item 15, pages 312 to 333. Members. Councillor Matheson.
Yes, same again.
Propose
Conditions.
defer and delegate to officers subject to those conditions and informative. Councillor Healy seconds. All those in favour?
Everyone, Chairman.
Carried unanimously. And finally, item 16, pages 333 to 353 of our packs. Members. Councillor Wilkinson.
Same again, I'll propose the same.
Subject, defer and delegate subject to those conditions informative. Councillor Dewhurst seconds. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Nobody fancy jazzing it up a bit? Those applications are therefore looked at and carried subject to those conditions we requested. And I think the committee looked at that in great detail and showed that we do seriously expect the residential amenity to be protected in that area, subject to any issues from this site. Thank you, members. We'll now move on to item 17, which is pages 354 to 400 of our packs. Can I have the officer update, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, this is a full application for the erection of 52 dwellings. Outline and reserve matters approval has been granted on the site for 52 dwellings. A variation application that members will remember was considered last year, which was refused on grounds of the adverse impact of plots 5, 8, 9, 13, and 14 on the residents of Woodcock Road as a result of over-dominance and overlooking. This proposal before you seeks to address this reason for refusal by reducing the ridge and eaves heights of those properties along the southern boundaries, plots 5 to 15, as set out in the report. But also it does involve reductions to the properties not previously identified. So for members, for clarification, the reason for refusal related to 5, 8, 9, 13, and 14. The proposed reductions in this application relate to plots 5 to 15. Yeah, in respect to plots 5 to 12, and that which have been already constructed on site, this would involve the removal of roofs and parts of the wall and reconstruction of the buildings at a lower height. In addition, a 1.8 metre high boundary fence with a 0.3 metre high trellis is to be erected on the southern boundary. Further tree planting is also to be provided on the southern boundary Woodcock Road, including standard and heavy standard trees. Also, members, just in terms of officers also suggesting an additional condition in this respect, to say that essentially to read that in the event that works hereby approved to plots 5 to 12 are not completed within the agreed time frame as set out in condition 2, which is 6 months, or otherwise agreed, any structures already completed on these sites shall be demolished in entirety and all materials removed from the site. So essentially the condition to strengthen the enforcement powers should the authority need to in that case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chatfield. We have 4 speakers on this application. Firstly is a Mr. Moore, who is an objector, and I believe joins us in the chamber. Mr. Moore, you have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views on the application. Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry to confront you with another contentious matter. You may well remember this from last year. I'm sorry to say that I'm here again to object to this application on behalf of the Flamborough Residents Association. I think it's true to say that you realised last year just how intrusive this development was and how the developer had built much higher than the original planning permission of 2019, and you refused permission as a result. He's continued to build more houses since then, has sold some to people, and they've moved in. This is despite the fact that he has no planning permission for the style or size of house that he's building. Neither does he have permission for the colour of brick or the tiles that is used. He's finally had an archaeological investigation, though this was delayed for so long that the scheme of investigation recommended in the plan could not be carried out, as more than half the site is either already built or has been disturbed by building work. Also, as part of the new application, the developer submitted an engineering environmental assessment. Part of it's on the screen for you, or the relevant part. This identifies contaminated topsoil, which the report says has a severe severity of consequence and risk rating of high. The council have not been able to provide have not been provided with the paperwork to show that this contamination has been safely removed. We believe that it affects the garden of a property which has already been sold and the proposed children's play area. The new resident could be planting potatoes in the next few days, totally unaware of the risk. We are aware, however flagrant the developer's attitude is to planning. This mess can only be resolved through compromise. We'd like to congratulate your officers for the work that they've done to seemingly get the developer's agreement to reduce roof heights, rear wall height, remove roof lights, and change window sizes on many of the properties overlooking the existing properties in Woodcock Road. We are, however, concerned that painters are in these properties and the rear gardens have been turfed. This does not seem to be good project planning if roofs are to be removed. Our objections centre around the following. Plots 1 to 4 are also built higher than the 2019 permission and are not being reduced. Secondly, plot 15, although currently not built, is to have an elevated floor level and be higher than the 2019 permission. The house is end on and very close to the boundary fence, therefore will be extremely obtrusive. Thirdly, if the roofs come off, it would be an opportunity to replace the black tiles with red ones that match the existing ones in the area. We're sure that the black tiles could be used elsewhere on the development. Fourthly, permitted development needs to be removed from plot 15, as well as the ones already covered in the officer's report. Finally, the applicant has appealed your previous refusal. Therefore, what is before you today is a standby position for him. They're hoping that the appeal is successful and the houses that were built too high can be retained unaltered. Approval today will give permission for the rest of the site to be developed. We think that he's likely to press on quickly with this, and there is a distinct possibility that the remedial work will not be done. I have just heard the extra condition, and that does reassure me slightly on that. Please refuse this application or put in additional...
Thank you, that is your time. Our second speaker is Mr. Flatman, who is the applicant agent. Mr. Flatman, you two have 5 minutes to address the committee with a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Planning Committee. My name is Alistair Flatman and I'm the planning consultant for the applicant Valant Homes. Given the comprehensive nature of the committee report before you and the positive recommendation, I do not propose to say too much this afternoon. However, I would like to reiterate a couple of key points. As set out in the report, this application has been subject to a number of discussions at Planning Committee, with the scheme now before you addressing in full the issues raised previously in respective levels and perceived overlooking. The site is allocated for housing with development originally granted outline consent back in 2017 with the reserve matter secured in 2021. As has been previously advised, the increased ground levels on site are associated with bringing the housing forward. That's arisen from discussions with your drainage team to secure an acceptable drainage layout for the site. That drainage scheme has both technical approval and has been subject to planning condition discharge. Following refusal of the previous scheme in July 2022, we have reduced the ridge and eaves heights of properties adjacent to residents on Woodcock Road to address the concerns raised. Whilst the previous refusal identified plots 5, 8, 9, 13 and 14 as being of concern, we have also reviewed plots 6, 7, 10, 11, 12 and 15 in terms of height. These plots are all subject to the proposals to reduce heights. The scheme before you, as set out in detail in your report and as presented by officers this afternoon, reduces the heights of dwellings between plots 5 and 15 to a level consistent with the original 2019 approved reserve matters approval. The works proposed to reduce the eaves and ridge levels will be as set out in your officer's presentation. Please note, however, that plots 13 and 15 are only at first floor level, so there's no material to be removed. And we note the timescales for these works to be undertaken. As well as the proposed reductions to ridge and eaves heights and window positions, the scheme before you also reduces the number of rear-facing roof lights and also proposes tree planting along the southern boundary. The trees to be planted will be standard or heavy standards to ensure early benefits of tree canopy cover. The proposed amendments to the scheme before you seeks to use the roof space as living space as previously approved at reserve matters, but with dormers located to the front. Velux windows on the rear were approved at reserve matters, but this scheme seeks to reduce the number proposed. As previously agreed, we are amenable to the additional conditions removing PD rights for works to the roof and rear extensions, together with the construction of the taller fence along rear boundaries. The scheme before you also seeks to vary materials on some plots together with window design. These amends were considered acceptable when discussed in April 2022. However, as set out in the report, the developer has agreed to further variations in materials as requested by members previously. Materials are considered to be acceptable for the site, and it is noted that this matter did not form a reason for refusal in July 22. The change in housing mix arising from the alterations reflects the demand for 3-bed family dwellings with space for home working, whilst the provision of 4- and 5-bed dwellings seeks to meet an identified need in Flamborough. Again, this was discussed and accepted previously and not raised as a reason for refusal in July 22. In summary, the applicant has listened to members and worked positively and proactively with your officers to address the previous reason for refusal in terms of reducing heights, so as to address comments regarding overlooking and loss of privacy for existing residents. The applicant has revised the 5 plots identified in the July 22 reason for refusal, and also additional plots that were not expressly listed in the refusal. In addition to the proposed reductions in eaves and ridge heights, windows have been lowered in the rear elevations and tree planting proposed along the boundary. These revisions bring the plots back to levels agreed in 2019 and fully address the concerns raised. There are now no reasonable grounds to refuse the application before you. Just picking up on the point of the contamination, that was found in one trial pit, and that material was removed back in July 2021 and is stored on site in a safe area in accordance with the remediation strategy that's with your officers. So in light of the above, we welcome the positive recommendation before you and respectfully request you support officers' recommendation to approve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have 2 local Bridlington councillors wishing to speak on the application as well, both joining us via Zoom. Firstly is Councillor Matthews. Councillor Matthews, can you hear me?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Councillor Matthews, you have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views. Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. Your time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Chairman. It's been a long day and I don't expect to take the full 5 minutes. I think need to start off at the beginning to say there's no objection to the development in principle. But to my mind, it appears to me that the developer has no regard for planning process, no regard to the Flamborough residents, particularly to those homes adjacent to the development site, and no regard for our planning officers and no regard for his clients to whom he has already sold homes to that currently contravene planning conditions. Having said that, Chairman, I do realise that my views on how the developer has conducted himself is actually not a planning consideration. When this development was originally considered at planning, issues were already raised about the impact on adjacent properties, which included the height of the roofs and the overbearing impact with the loss of privacy, etc. The matter was addressed by imposing strict planning conditions. However, time and time again, the developer has had little regard to these conditions, which have been continually being breached. Getting it wrong once or even twice may be understandable, but this has been an ongoing saga for over 2 years. There has already been a relaxation on planning conditions, and it's my view, and I believe the view of the residents, that enough is enough, and the developer should be able to comply with current planning conditions. The application today is in part retrospective. In other words, it's a further relaxation on current planning conditions, which were approved as amended to the original planning conditions. Finally, Chairman, I would like to ask the members of this committee, if this application is approved today, what is your level of confidence in compliance with the proposed amended conditions, bearing in mind all the breaches that have already taken place over the last 2 years? I believe that the previous site visit by this committee clearly demonstrated that the issues regarding the excessive height of the new properties and the detrimental impacts on the change on the adjacent houses, nothing has changed. I believe this application should be refused. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. And then we have Councillor Norman. Councillor Norman, can you hear me?
I can, Chair. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Norman, you have 5 minutes to address the committee with your views, and Mr. Wiley will give you a warning when 30 seconds remains. The time starts when you start speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And like Councillor Matthews, I hope I won't be using the 5 minutes either. But simply, may I start by reiterating one of the sentences in the officer's report. The works carried out on site have not been constructed in accordance with previously approved scheme. This, Mr. Chairman, is a sad indictment of the developer, and truly before any further works can continue on site, this failure by the developer needs to be rectified. Roof heights need to be amended, including plots 1 to 4. Windows need to be removed. Materials need to be corrected to those which should have been approved via condition, and Mr. Chairman, the list goes on. It is accepted that development will be taking place as this site has outline planning permission and there are already approved plans. However, the developer needs to be held to account and any irregularities corrected. In addition to this, I'm extremely concerned with the report produced by Coda Structures, the Engineering and Environment report, especially page 15, as we saw on the screen earlier. Section 6.5, which I'm sure members will have read and are ready to question, states that there is a severe risk to health from direct ingestion, inhalation, or contact from topsoils. It is believed that this contamination has not been dealt with properly, and that one of the properties where the contamination exists is already sold off and the topsoil is being worked on, contrary to the environmental report. But more concerning still is that the area concerned within this environmental report, TP5, is adjacent to the location of the plan where the play area is to be established. It is not known as of today, and indeed there is no apparent documentary evidence on the portal, although as we've heard, the agent has stated that the works have been completed. There's no evidence to show that on the portal that it has been completed as recommended action and recommended action has been taken place. This action must be taken in order to ensure that the health and well-being of the residents of the new properties and the future generations of Flamborough residents is secured. I know the planning officer is minded to cover this aspect of the application with a condition on the application should it be approved. I would beg that the committee consider going more steps and completely defer or refuse the application until this most important of documentary evidence is received and confirmed, and that all works are ceased in the area of TP5 until works is completed. So in summary, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, you have visited the site, you have your own feelings, which I'm sure you will express today about the performance of the developer and the level of trust that can be placed on them. I would hope to hear that there will be a move to protect the residents of Flamborough, old and new, and that this application will either be refused or deferred to come back after the remedial works, as requested by this committee and the environmental consultants, have been completed in full. And finally, members, I'm aware that there has been an appeal currently being assessed, but of course, that should in no way blind your judgment on this application. So please refuse this application forthwith. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. That's all of our speakers on this application. I'll now open the floor to members and I have Councillor Wilkinson wishing to speak.
Thank you, Chair. One thing before we start is that a number of us obviously have visited this site on the previous application, and therefore I don't think we declared that at the beginning. So for all of us that did, could Mr. Wiley just
we don't actually have to declare it
Do
because
we
it was
not?
previous,
Okay.
but just I think to dot the I's. All those who did attend the site visit, please raise your hand or visited the site. Got those?
Thank
Okay,
you.
carry on, Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, sorry, I was just making sure that we were actually covered there. So first of all, may I just start with a couple of questions to officers, if I may, is that from what we've heard, I assumed from reading this that everything had been resolved that we had initially asked for. So can I ask very poignantly, has the height been resolved to what we asked for? And secondly, has the topsoil that we heard about, has that actually, has our environmental health people actually said everything's okay now?
Mr. Chatfield.
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you, Chair. In terms of those 2 points, I think the answer really in terms of the first question is yes. I think in terms of the reason for refusal, specifically identify 5 problems, five houses as being a problem. The heights of those houses has been reduced, as I said in my introduction. However, the applicant has also sought to reduce the heights of other houses which were not subject that reason for refusal. So it, in officer's review, it does address that reason for refusal and actually goes beyond that reason for refusal in resulting in an improved relationship with the residents to the south. In relation to the contamination issue, absolutely, there's a full contamination report was carried out across the site. One area of the site was found to be more contaminated. The rest of the site was area pit 5, which is the one adjacent to the western boundary. The applicants confirmed that was remediated in accordance with the remediation strategy in July 21, and that's been confirmed by our public protection officers. We've been back to them, asked them if they were happy with that, and that they essentially suggested the conditions in here, and they said that they're happy that the scheme progresses in accordance with that remediation strategy. And that remediation strategy also, at the end of it, requires a verification report. It's a standard condition that Environment Public Protection put on that actually requires a verification report at the end to fully demonstrate that everything's been done properly before it gets signed off. So it's a two-stage condition on there, which is a very standard condition that you members will see on other applications as well. So, but they've confirmed that that pit T5 was the area of concern, and the remediation area and the remediation strategy does address that.
Thank you. I'm obliged for that clarification. Could I just move on to another questions, which are condition number 6 and number 7 and number 3. All of those state that no dwelling on site shall be occupied, etc. Now, clearly, we've just heard, and obviously we're only hearing, that premises have been occupied. And I'm just wondering whether or not that you're happy that they've met the conditions that we asked for in that time there. And then I've got one more supplementary for me.
Mr. Chatfield.
Absolutely, Chair. I mean, in some respects, this is a difficult application to deal with, essentially in terms of the fact that it's part retrospective. We've got, there's a large number of houses, 52 houses on here. I think it's two have been occupied. If members are concerned about the wording of those conditions, we can amend the wording ever so slightly so that no further dwellings to be occupied on site. And again, that would help in terms of just ensuring those conditions can be enforced as well.
Thank you for that as well. And finally, it's sad for you to have to go through, but conditions 19, 20, 21 and 22. Start with number 19. It says that within 1 month of the date of the planning permission, a scheme of landscaping will be required. Has that been received by you? Have they committed to that? Number 20 is within 3 months, they require surface materials. Again, has that been sent? Within 6 months on number 21, etc. play area, and within 1 month on number 22 play space. So rather than bore you to death by going through them, I just thought I would ask, have they been received by you? And if not, how are we going to ensure we get those in time?
Absolutely. And in some respects, all those points come back to the last point, Councillor. In terms of, because the site's been implemented, all those conditions ordinarily would pre-commencement conditions. In this case, because the site's been implemented, that those conditions have been written to, so we've got strict triggers. But those conditions only bite once permission has been granted. So on the granting of permission, if members are willing to grant this permission, as at that point, those conditions will bite, and then we're into those strict time limits when they need to supply that additional information.
So if I may, sorry, just to clarify, that the previous outline planning permission and then other matters that we carried on with those, that doesn't count to actually trigger those.
Not in terms of what we're looking at here is a new full application to cover it. So essentially, this will be the substantive permission. So once these are, then we can certainly ensure that those conditions are adhered to, and if they're not, and enforced as well.
That's clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McMaster.
No, Chair, thank you. I'll wait to speak later. I'm still a bit confused. I'm getting conflicting stories from different people, so I'll wait to listen a bit longer then comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rudd.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, certainly the applicant has lowered the height of some of the houses and what have you and so on. 25 conditions I noticed down here, which is quite a lot, and obviously very concerned that these conditions are implemented. I noticed, in fact, that the recommendation is for deferral and secure 106 agreement and so on. The site is for housing. I think even some of the objectors say, yes, we expect houses to be on this site. So, you know, at the end of the day, I think we've just got to move it forward and get on with it. So I would propose the deferment as the officer's recommendations does state.
Thank you. Do any of the members wish to speak on this application? Councillor Matheson.
Yes, thank you. It's a difficult one, is this, because I think whatever we do, it's not going to be right. And we're looking at improving a bad situation. But we've got one application that was granted, but the condition, it hasn't been followed properly, so there's a whole pile of conditions for enforcement. We've had another one that we didn't like and we've refused it, which is being appealed, and we've got this one, which actually looks better than the original. And if for only that reason, I think we should support it, in that it's better than what's already approved or what's might come through on appeal. It's a long way from perfect, and I've been wondering whether we ought to put in, as residents have suggested, having a change of roof colour if they're going to change the roof anyway, but I'm not sure if that would meet the reasonable and proportionate condition factor for conditions. So I'm hesitating on that, but I think we're between a rock and a hard place on this one, and so I'm veering towards supporting, and I think I'm going to be minded to second this one.
Thank you, Councillor Whittle.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been disturbed about this since I started reading it, and I recall you and I were the only two members on that particular site visit, and I was completely horrified by what I saw before me. And it struck me at the time, it still strikes me, if the developer is prepared to put such monstrosities up and oppress their neighbours, whatever we put in place, whatever planning applications we approve, whatever we refuse, isn't going to make an iota of difference. I'll go along with it, Chair, but under the caveat that I can't believe this is going to do what it says it's going to do, because to my mind, Chairman, this development has been a complete fiasco from start to finish. Thank you.
Can we stick to planning reasons, Councillor Whittle? Councillor Davison.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I mean, condition 3 on page 379 says that plots 5 to 15 shall not be first occupied until the works outlined in the method statement received 1st of March 2023 have been fully completed. Just to get back to confirmation that that work has been completed. I think it was said earlier that the work of lowering the roof has been completed. I thought you said that, actually. Oh, sorry.
No, it's not, has it, Councillor? Sorry, Mr. Chatfield.
The 3 chairs. Thank you. No, absolutely not. I don't think that's what the houses which are being proposed now are to be lower, and the method statement that's been referred to is the method by which they will be lowering the roof height. So literally, they'll be stripping the tiles off, taking the joists out, bringing the roof, the eaves level down as well, and then rebuilding at the approved, if members approve, at the approved level. So those works haven't been done before. There's works which we'll be securing by way of those conditions. And I think in terms of members, and probably, I mean, the understandable concern with regard to compliance with conditions, this application puts us in a much stronger position as well to be able to issue an enforcement notice to secure those works are actually carried out if they're not carried out within the correct time period, which kind of gives us two ways to go at this, either through a breach of condition notice or alternatively through an enforcement notice. And again, for the enforcement notice, that can require those works to be carried out. So with this now full application, it puts us in a much stronger enforcement position than we would have been previously. That's
with the additional condition you mentioned at the start,
Exactly.
regarding the 6-month period, otherwise they get demolished. Councillor Davison.
Yes, thank you. I was pleasantly surprised when I read the report that this was being recommended and that the roofs were going to be lowered. But then I heard today that some of the houses now, are we talking about these houses have been occupied, sold and occupied? Are we talking about these plots 5 to 15? Does not that
I
affect?
think that really, it doesn't make any difference to what we are looking at as a planning committee, does it? Either way. And we need to look at what's before us in terms of the plans. If the developer has sold properties to an individual which don't have planning permission, that's an issue for the developer, not for this committee, I would say.
I agree, but it also gives the developer the opportunity to say, well, I can't do that because they're occupied.
Mr. Chaplin, do you want to clarify from an enforcement?
Just really, Chair, just repeating the point I made, it doesn't give them the get out on that one. This application is part of that. The scheme's being considered under this application. If this is what's approved, those conditions bite. And if they're not adhered to, then we can serve enforcement notice. And that's regardless of ownership.
Do any of the members wish to speak on this application? No, just two questions from myself. Points raised by the Residents Association. Firstly, since plot 15 has not yet been built, why is that also not being lowered in line with the 2019 application? Because surely of all of them, that's the easiest one to resolve.
Chair, that has been reduced by 0.3 of a metre.
But not in line with the original.
No, it's still going to be higher than the original scheme, but it's been lowered from the scheme that members saw previously in July last year.
And what's the reason why it's not been lowered fully? The drainage
essentially, it's because essentially where it sits is at the end of the drainage, and what our understanding is, what we've been told is that actually that's part and parcel of the drainage situation there. So that house is at that elevated level in order for the drainage to work. But
so it couldn't be lowered further and have working drainage in essence.
That's what we're advised. But in terms of the ridge heights, that has been reduced by 0.3 of a metre from the scheme that members saw last time.
Thank you for clarifying that. And the second point, which again the Residents Association raised, and I personally agree with, is if again the roofs are being taken off, why can we not go back to the original materials of, was it pan tile / red roofs rather than slate roofs, which are in line with the Flamborough conservation area?
I think it goes back to the point that Councillor Matheson made actually in terms of reasonableness. The materials were considered by members previously in July, and it didn't form a reason for refusal. Members were happy with the scheme in terms of the materials and external appearance, and it was not part of that reason. The reason for refusal purely related to those 5 properties and to the impact that they had on the residents. So it really was whether that's actually be reasonable now to go back and then ask for amended materials. When previously those materials were considered and had been agreed by members.
But we do have the material change there, don't we? That this is a brand new application. Personally, I would prefer to see those roofs replaced with the red tiles, which would support protecting the Flamborough conservation area as the original application conditioned in the first place. Councillor Coultish.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'll just support you on that. And my reason is I can't remember specifically whether officers gave us this advice on that occasion, but on many occasions, the advice from officers is when we are refusing something, keep our reasons brief and to the point. So even if it was something discussed at that time, that the fact that the tile material was wrong, it's likely that we wouldn't have put that in on paper because we wanted to keep our reason brief for anyone else looking.
Yeah, I think the main issue at that committee was the overbearing nature of the properties, full stop.
But not the only issue. It wasn't specific to that issue.
Yeah. Councillor West.
Yeah, just to concur with Councillor Coultish, I think the fact that we didn't specifically name the colour of the tiles in the objections, I think it would be inferred that as we were proposing changes to the original plan, then we'd expect materials to follow what was originally submitted. And in this case, I think you're quite right that materials should adhere to the original application and in keeping with the conservation area of Flamborough.
Yeah, I agree. So I would propose as an amendment to the proposal from Councillor Rudd and Councillor Matheson, if they're both happy, that the material condition is altered to ensure that the properties which are, or properties, was it 1 to 15? All the properties on that boundary have those red / whatever the original material roofs were. Councillor, microphone. I think as long as it's in line with what was originally agreed
Yes.
on
Yeah.
the 2019 application.
Yes,
Councillor
fine.
Matheson, you happy with that? Mr. Chatfield?
Just for clarification, Chair, plot 15 is a semi-detached property, so I presume we're talking about plot 16 and 15 and 16. Yep.
Yes, that would make sense. Are members happy with that amendment? Good. So any more comments or points on this application? No, we'll move to the vote then. So we have a motion for approval proposed by Councillor Rudd, seconded by Councillor Matheson, subject to the additional condition that the applicant carry out their re-heighting of the houses work within 6 months, or they will be demolished. And also the additional condition or alteration of condition regarding materials to ensure that plots 1 to 16 have roofs that match the conservation area as in line with the original application. All those in favour of that proposal? It's carried unanimously. The application is therefore approved subject to those additional conditions and alterations conditions. We then move on to item 18, which is future planning applications, pages 402 to 403 of our reports. Are there any applications members would like to earmark for site visits? We already have the application for Howden earmarked for a site visit, and there'll be a pre-committee presentation on that application as well. Any others? I believe there are 2 applications at Driffield. Members don't wish to go on site visits for those? No? Fine. Obviously, if anyone who does can go in their own time. No, there's 1 committee left. There's 1 committee meeting left before the election, so you might not have got out of it yet. Sorry. Oh, James, Mr. Chatfield.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. Yeah, just one more item an item that we didn't think would be going, but it now looks like it will be coming to the next planning committee. Is for the redevelopment of St Nicholas School in Beverley as well. So for residential properties.
Do members want a site visit for that? Councillor Healy proposes a site visit for that. Are we all happy with that? Yeah, 2 nodding heads, so I'll have a site visit for that application. That then moves on to item 19, which is any other items which I decide are urgent. I have none, you'll be happy to hear. Thank you, members, for your detailed scrutiny of applications today, and I think we came to the right and good conclusions.